Wednesday, the 8th of January 2025, 30 minutes past 1600 hours GMT. We live once again on Aqu24 Radio, Abrabapa Radio, Aqu24 Radio GH with another edition of Bamaso. Also streaming live on Facebook, Aqu24 Radio Stroke TV, YouTube, Aqu24 Radio, and on X at Aqu24 Radio. This is where discerning Ghanaians with discerning thoughts, we come with a very simple objective of figuring out what we need to do wherever we find ourselves to be co-creators and catalysts in the making of a very beautiful Ghana. Here we have come to understand that we are the very Ghana we talk about every now and then. And if we are the very Ghana we are talking about, then by induction, we are the very ones to provide that which would cause a very beautiful Ghana. That is all. So if you are here joining us for the first time, for whatever the reason, please add it to whatever list that you have, that you are here to work on yourself as a unit of Ghana, as a Ghanaian, so as you'll be able to contribute efficiently to the development of our dear nation, Ghana. That is why we are here. And today being Wednesday, we call it the questions and answers version. We are here to contemplate. We are here to contemplate on doing just that, being better Ghanaians, to deliver a better Ghana. That is all. That is all. To this effect, I would humbly welcome you once again to Bamaso. And chias nonko kese na die mudo enkoma baby a wo bi asampempensi wo afidie da Aqu24 Radio, Abrabapa Radio, ana Aqu24 Radio GH. Se Facebook ana wa Aqu24 Radio Stroke TV, na YouTube ya Aqu24 Radio, o X at Aqu24 Radio. Yaba na yabeto ato adwene bio na yahwe de wo se yetumi yo ema o my Ghana efa nentumapa efra eno enti yaba enti free sampempensuo ya kopem se ye de dwumadi no ba wiye no esan se Ghana ana ye behwehwe ama akonkan enti no ye ba ye dwene se Ghana fo se ye ba ne ye bedwene se de ye be ma amanyoku bi akonanim a ene no two ways. Or say dwene se sa amanyoku fo no, right? It's in order. Enti se ye ba ne ye ba bedwene se de tribe bi be konanim a eno no say dwene se tribe fo no, right? Sa penalty we enye rocket science. Ya ba se ye bedwene se de be ya Ghana be konkan. Enti by inference no e was say dwene se Ghana fo. Ye dwene se Ghana fo a na ye dwene o my Ghana ye yo. Eno na e kire se wo dwene se Ghana ni. You see, se wo dwene se Ghana ni a ana se o Ghana ni a wo yo no ye betimi ahu e wo kwan a o fa o hwehwe ama o my Ghana akonanim. Eno na kire se o ye Ghana ni. Yes, eno na kire se o ye Ghana ni. Iti yaba ne ye bedwene o my Ghana ho na kire se wo se adwene se Ghana fo. Na men kan kire o da biara da se ye ya hyenso dia aka no ehu hia da bi men kan da ehu hia na esansi yaba ne ye bedwene Ghana ho no wo se ya hyenso dia a ɛdi nkan a ɛkyerɛ sɛ yɛ Ghanafoɔ no ɛdan adi ɛwɔ ahyɛnsodeɛ foforɔ bi a yɛwɔ biara mu. Nti yɛdwene sɛ Ghanafoɔ a yɛ support amanyɔkuo wei sei, yɛdwene sɛ Ghanafoɔ a yɛfiri ɛyɛ tribe wei sei mu, yɛdwene sɛ Ghanafoɔ a yɛyɛ saa adwuma wei sei. ɛsesa dynamics no, right? Nti na kyerɛ sɛ Ghana di nkan, right? Ghana di nkan. Nti deɛ ɛbɛkɔ akɔwie nyinaa ne sɛ asɛmbusa kɛse a wobɛbusa ho na wobɛpa no yie bra no nyinaa ɛne sɛ baabi a megyina yi ɛwɔ Ghana mu yi anaasɛ adwumakuo a meyɛ amanyɔkuo a medi wɔn akyi nyinaa yi ɛdeɛ na mɛtumi ayɛ ɛwɔ hɔ nom a ɛbɛma ɔman Ghana akɔ n'anim. Nkɔmmɔ no nyinaa ɛhɔ na ɛbɛkɔ akɔwie. Nkɔmmɔ no nyinaa ɛhɔ na ɛbɛkɔ akɔwie. Nti yaba deɛ ne yaba. Yɛbɛgyina pintin na yɛasa wobɛseɛ yɛato akwantuo no so na nneɛma a yɛakyerɛ yɛn in the past ɛno nti ɛmmoa ama yɛntumi ɛnna yɛn ho adi ɛne yɛn nneɛma sɛ yɛ Ghanafoɔ no yɛbɛtete yɛn ho afiri ho. Ɔnwomtini no sɛ I want to break free. Yes, we want to break free from those things. Ɛno nti ne aba. Na you see it all begins ne nyinaa hyɛ aseɛ sɛ wobɛhu sɛ one way or the other no we have been wrongly wired. Yeah, wired wrongly, right? Nti ama sɛdeɛ yɛsi dwene sɛdeɛ yɛsi hu nneɛma no nso ayɛ biribi basaa, right? Na sɛ wonya hu no saa deɛ a ɛneɛ na deɛ aka ne sɛ wobɛhyɛ aseɛ sɛ wosane wo ho. Wogye wo ho afiri saa ɛyɛ mpomkyerɛ ɛnɛ mɛka twi paa mpomkyerɛ a wode wo ho akɔtom no. Nti mɛsrɛ wo ahobraseɛ ɛne anidie kwan so. You see, this is the truth. We have designed as human beings, several laws and principles with which we used to govern ourselves, right? Yeah, or emra systems and ways with which are yashishato say yebeboa yedebe chichire yen ho, right? And I say yedebe hwe ama impumtuo aba ya brabo. And okwasime wumpa and say human laws are and I say human principles are far away from the principles of nature biano. Ema problems in kwa or how near mani hunun kwa and edemaye, right? And if our human principles are not embracing oneness, the everybody say we'll be less productive, and when we become less productive, we have a lot of challenges on ourselves. One of the things that makes us less productive as people, our inability to embrace oneness of life. And because I have some special reasons as to why you I don't see you as part of me, even if you have the best of all abilities, right? If you may have the extreme abilities in this life, as long as I have programmed myself, so you are not a part of me, I don't want to use those abilities, right? I don't want to. That is the kind of human principles that we have. And when you turn around into our body politics, part of the world now, that is exactly the human principles that we are using to govern our dear nation. And that tells you why we are deepening our problems. Because when you look deeply in how we do our politics, and we are being truthful to ourselves, the principle of oneness is thrown out of the window. The principle of oneness perhaps may be within the party. Even that one is questionable. Even within the party, the principle of oneness within the party or a party is questionable. How much more the principle of oneness in the whole of Ghana? So it tells you human beings, as Brother Ishmael will say, we are problem-making machines, making problems for ourselves, all because we are drifting away from the principles of nature. The principles of nature that celebrate differences. And we have embarked upon man-made principles that only act on separation. Enti me say yaba ha mpontwere na yede ho akotum anase yede ahye ye no ye be reprogram ye ho, right? Na afei yetumi a break you free. Very, very important pa. Ya break you free a ye ho ntoye. Ye be bresa. Na se nenra ye di nkomo no. Se wutimi break you free kakra, right? Na wabwa ama afoforo enso etimi a break you free. Right? Very, very important. The very ones who are I'll say, Jesus can't say, will say, the poor will always be with us. Sana Jesus can. Na Sassam no, a mudo. The person children and say, class 1 for no, class 1 for no will always be with us. Class 1 for will always be with us. And the TBA and so to me call class 2 ya no abwa ama the afi drew class 1 also at me about class 2. All back class 2 now so call class 3. And he say we rise up when we lift each other up. So say we become stronger when we help others also to become stronger. Assembly no. And when you belong to a group within Ghana and that group is not helping you to embrace the oneness of Ghana, so I don't hear Juma, no I don't know who you what so I don't hear Juma, no I don't know who you. So you still want to stay there and yet continue to insist. Continue to from that angle no advance the cause of oneness within Ghana. That is what you should be doing from wherever that you stand. And yaba de obviously niaba. Yaba to akwantu no so. Zampempe is with ye metonchia kese di mudo any di mu pipa ede ama nanatena Dr. Zazadentu. O mpoano hono. Na machia na nasare bedi akonso. Nana bigidi se apum eye na bibia nso ede dane kwan mu fefefe kama. Na machia mesene papa yenti se de ya yugunsa ema na nanom no machia ne papa yenti nanketia me den sabe gu for mama nde bia mesene papa yonti ne papa yonti na Dr. Ebenezer Amufaboatin oba hypnotize fefe kama for you to know what's up, right? Eti bachi ampanyufo akese akukuda mawie yanchia United Kingdom for Abe Dr. Abi board chairman ana nanasika adofo United Kingdom nyina yadinchia mamo na yanchia United States for nswe Natibungu, Dr. Jingu, Petron among the rest, Bombardier Spain for who said Bama Benewa better joint pa better joint. My name say yɛde an appointment letter bi ama no nti na waba ntɛm saa deɛ na yɛnkyia wɔfa bɔdi Finland for yɛnkyia bibi ma mehu sɛ nɛ wɔba adwuma menkyia ɛyɛ ɔbosomfo na ɔmunemu ne te sɛ ɛsi yɛ ha nso awɔ no mu ayɛ den paa mu ayɛ den na ɔmo kyerɛ sɛ weekend we kra deɛ ɛbɛyɛ hu paa, but hey, we dey inside. Now you see, it reminds me of what a friend who hails from the Scandinavian, one of the Scandinavian countries. Some of or catch them here. Some of who you pa or catch them say. They say you are not well dressed enough. Instead of you saying say it is too cold, right? You are not dressed well enough. And no matter how cold it may be, when you are dressed well enough, you'll be able to manage. You see, when we say you are dressed well enough, it is not necessarily entirely and not necessarily say you are well dressed enough, right? How ubitimato to niema so that you stay warm in your home. And this is very, very necessary. And the opposite of true, you say, keep your focus on the things that you can control and take your attention off the things you cannot control. And when you focus on the things that you can control, you can control what you wear. To a greater extent, you will be able to keep your house very warm. You so heater and your water bottle say to hot man would you sushi gum na the shower hemu. So only be open so called a natural way. You can decide it's all worry. So I'm just say Ahumatiana. A man worship her. Indeed, our basana, Ahumachina Wakado, Pepe, Nina, a ways of you managing the code. Indeed, the things you can do, no does, right? Indeed, just focus on that and gain inspiration to download ideas that will help you stay warm. Indeed, had yet, our naba, name. Metias is here, my bomb scarf, then said the hair shoe, said you, my bomb scarf, because said I want no banner. I know she pa. Yo, Yansia, and you are no more what Ghana, why ne champion? Why near inauguration in you and me Antonka? Why? Me Antonka, who say, Bibia Kama, Okasa, Oko Bompayama, Urama Hamano, unya yichire bia na unya gada ayi direction bia esifa komo ura mahama na unya bia bekagun from amwe na mfanko efa komo ura mahama yo he one two dia eno nkyere se oka ho adofo a ewo ahoma no so across the globe etie nyinara Papa Smiley endedai midina akwanjuforo aduana mu ana medenchi akese emamu nara yento akwantu no so na remember say yebadwune Ghana ho yebepɛ kwan a o Ghana bɛkɔ nanimu a ene na wo se adwune sɛ Ghana fo tin you say yeba na yabadwune sɛ de yebɛyɛ party bi bɛkɔ nanimu a ene okay oba adwune sɛ party no problem but ha yesi yeba abadwune sɛ Ghana fo yebɛpɛ kwan a Ghana bɛkɔ nanim tia wo se adwune sɛ Ghana fo o dwune sɛ Ghana fo a o dwune sɛ Ghana ni a ɛkyerɛ sɛ o dwune kwan a o Ghana bɛfa akonkan ene na kyerɛ sɛ o dwune sɛ Ghana ni na enye mfomso say we belong to a corner, right? Even life say no here no. The annals should be behind us. It's not on top of our head. And see, the annals has its corner, right? Obesi ho and a life the nashe. na ɛhɔ no a wɔhyɛ no also make sure say obie kwan ɛma all the excesses no ɛfa hɔ epie kama na dwumadi a nature ɛde ama no sɛ wɔnyɛ no ɛwɔ so wɔyɛ no kama nti baabi a yakopie biara no in our differences no ɛwɔ so yɛyɔ ɛma the body of Ghana functions beautifully nti baabi a wogyina no dwene sɛ Ghana ni a wogyina hɔ asɛm no nyinaa no nti mɛsa aka akyerɛ wo bio sɛ baabi a wogyina no it is not helping you to embrace the oneness that we need to have within Ghana. No matter what. In fact, there is nothing whatsoever that should stop us from being able to practice the principle of oneness, which is the principle of life. Yes. You see, you didn't come over her. Na ni nyinaa yɛ program na yɛ ka ho asɛm. Imagine say you are at the point of death and the person you are insisting say you are not one with that person is the only person that can pull you out of that point of death. Would you prefer to die, or you open up for that person to pull you out of that place that you find yourself? You know, you see, and go for we by tintilinti. That's our friend. Tintilinti. My name is ever kind of brofo. Tintilinti. To say, hey, I will prefer to die. Well, boa. Well, boa. Quantum penqua. Well, boa. Well, boa. Say, when him say, maybe a Edruno, point of death. Nanny pa bia, or then will kiss. I don't know how I was so, you know. And you see, this life takes us through so many things that makes us humble ourselves, so that we work ourselves out in such a way. We don't wait for that thing to happen. We may have our own stories here and there as to how Nkrofobia, perhaps you may have looked at them in a particular way, disrespected them, among other things, and then it got to that stage, those individuals were the channels through whom you needed certain things in this life. Even told that, fine, but you may have read and you have seen it happening to some people. But even if and told that, learn from the experience of others. They say, it is good to learn from your own experience, and it is wiser to learn from the experience of others as well. And anything that takes you away from the practice of oneness, please run away from it. You're Drew, so that you'll be able to embrace oneness in all things. Enough said. And I have about 40 more minutes to be behind a console, and then I'll begin to step away. You know, for Wednesdays, it is one of those days that I need to multitask in other areas as well. And right away. Na yema bema benewa akwaba. Bema benewa otiminka bamaso.
Nkezi ya papa.
Na impom to say.
Ya we know what I remember bibia before papa.
Good. Na Mr. Wu, enkoma mi di me ka se transcribe mama ya obitima transcribe.
Yeah, demo.
What did mean so obete ho acha kakra. Nti mi busa say what did you make out of enkomodie na ade na abeka?
I said o kasa di nyina de o conclusion ye oneness. Say nyina ye baako. And I had that.
That's right.
Then now you meet to me. So if I say Bakua, you meet to me de Akasa to say Ghana for. And I beg you to say Ghana for. I think say na horna na menome ka say okay. Say I beg you to say you beg you Ghana want to say Ghana for, and I say you beg you Ghana say Ghana for, because one say you gonna say Ghana for. Say name say Hana ya kind of pendia. You really say Ghana for you to me Ghana and free situation no more.
Okay.
So you're gonna Ghana what to say Ghana for the na me na me no me de no. If you say Ghana no you're gonna home because of Odwa you want massa Ghana. Enti you're gonna home no be say how are we going to take Ghana out from this situation? Enti a hard just say you're gonna say Bruni and now you're gonna more you're gonna say more. To say the in fact who concluded you say it is wiser to use somebody's experience. So because the uhe yentia nkofobia timi adru sa level no a just all your wade te so mo just all been te so mo ansa na wonu so watima adru sa le mom before abaya that so as a odwene te se Ghana ni so odwene Ghana ho te se Ghana ni ansa na watima take that decision because enema etimi mani bakọ yedie mu no a critical decision making and that's how untumi ni yeda in fact no na me hwe man bi if this time me follow no but I can't the jobs any so person who making life so man you be adwuma na na sefo so ye wan kasa wadwuma na before one kasa obetima take that decision say me person me ye me adwuma no enye simple as ABC da babi kura o kaka ho no say obi betimi ateki be some years e dey ayobi adwuma na mo nteki 4 years pen fam build ono an adwuma dey a e be stable amana no one sa atwen honhom no ntinu say want to me anwene te said yes sankofo no omo abiebi omo amunum omo aye ni party said ye na ye hu no omo no a want me yes omo da because wo ne me o person odwene se me a edi yimbi edi you who free sa me a me situation mu en happen da ebo o he situation no wo no you need to think more than that na ene no obehwe nkofo be experience edi na omo ye omo aduru sa abre no anti na me ka say obedwene Ghana ho te say Ghana ni yes because bata no a na wa show odo no a ewo ma Ghana no ewo ho
all right
at the end of it take me to get what I want for Ghana. I have to do this. I have to think like those people are almost what me advancing on my life. In fact, it's a critical measure or put in place. Nanka o kan bibi
I'm so otikoi why didn't tikoi entra etikoi
oh okay na me ka say nye ba ko ye nyina na ye ye friend is saying e kire say me no ye gi ade ba ko tumu da bia ye ka asem bia na ye nyina ya conclude one ya ka so yes
of course
and sometimes e be to me e dey like menteme ho ase pa ba na ye nyina ya de ye nyina ne say ye pese ade kro no ye yi na nam say obia ne na dwene nyame bo nipa no wa ma ye nyina o ma ye nyina celebrum ba sa celebrum kro we ya da yetimi the case ye betimi aye pe but obia sa asem beto ho a sa de ya adwene obia timi dwene another corner of sa asem no
definitely
at the end of the day no ni nyina ya sa asem kro no ana ye nyina ye den ye pene ne poma sibre
that's right
e ba sa nkrata ye nye one the main you know important thing they say ye nyina de ho na ye kasa oh Ghana na ye pese ye yi e na me no mahu no say Ghana no say be ye ya je say ye nya ye friend saying aduane enough food self sufficient your friends food stuff for Ghana for ayen kra aduane ba bi bio e na obi nso say say ye nya ka because aduane crowd na fum ho na on ka over there abafie ebi nso so say ye nya kwan these are some of the things ni nyina be hia na mom ye hia first eno nom ne niam ye nyina ye dwendwene ho bo enam say the na wo ka no ahia fo no de da bia ye benya bi wo ye mu no bia wo ye hia ni no so hu sisikani e peso okoto ade bia wa ha obeka so sika na nso enam say ono sika ɛdɔɔso wɔ ne ho nti no ama saa de no nhunu sɛ ɛyɛ ade sɛ yɛ de nim sɛ yɛ investment nti sɛ yɛ nyinaa ahyia ne yɛ dwene a deɛ ma ne ba saa ne so obiara ne celebrate sɛdeɛ ɛsi fanhyɛ fa nti na ma yɛ a da bi wɔ hɔ a yɛde IQ no ba mu no ogu so obi deɛ no ɛyɛ faster to think ahead ɛkyɛn deɛ yɛ nyinaa yɛka no ɛna obi so deɛ no ɛyɛ gradual process ɔtwene ne nkakra ti obi wɔ sɛ wofu mu ɛma na assignment a wayɛ ɔbɛbrɛ na mmom sɛ ɔkɔda ma adeɛ kye ɔba the solution a ɔde bɛbrɛ no wahwɛ a ɛyɛ fantastic.
That's right.
ɛna obi tumi gyina hɔ a tumi nya solution ma ɛno no manhwɛ yie na mo bɛhu sɛ ɛyɛ very nice beautiful but ebi a ka deɛ ɔkɔda ma adeɛ kyeɛ no so no ɔno so ne deɛ no yɛ more profound kyɛn wei no eti no at the end of the day no wobɛhu sɛ yɛn nyina no saa adeɛ baako no na yɛn nyinaa yɛdwene ho na yɛpɛ ne yie nanso ɛnam sɛ angle a obiara fa dweneyɛ ɛne obiara de ne susuyɛ baeɛ no ɛna ma amanfoɔ bɛhu sɛ ebia na wo no na wompɛ wei yie anaasɛ amanfoɔ nte waseɛ nti nte aseɛ na ɛnya adwuma at the end of the day no nyɛ sɛ baako na yɛnyɔ mmom yɛnte aseɛ na ɛnya adwuma na ɛno so yɛ the law of nature nyame na bɔɔ no saa wama yɛn nyina nte aseɛ baako ɔma yɛ sɛ obiara nwene ansa na yɛn nyina yɛtumi go into conclusion including parliamentarians ɔmo wɔ hɔ nyinaa yɛ NDC anaa NPP foɔ ɛnso na at the end of the day no ɔmo nyinaa nyɛ so happy sɛ ade bi wɔ hɔ ɔmo nyinaa gye atom saa so nti no ɛtɔ da bi a nte aseɛ nya adwuma no kyerɛ sɛ anaasɛ baako a yɛnyɛ no nyɛ sɛ bi a yɛtan yɛ ho mmom nte aseɛ na ɛnya adwuma ɔlɔbɔno ti papa
yo mate paa na nka mɛpɛ sɛ yɛbɔ nkɔmmɔ ɛwɔ hɔ kakra bada yɛbɛtoa so ada foforɔ ɛyɛ nokorɛ sɛdeɛ mekaeɛ no sɛ within nature no there are differences nti sɛ wopɛ sɛ wote saa adeɛ wei ase a we can taste the same food but if we are asked to describe the taste obiara ne kwan a wɔbɛfa so they are describe saa taste no we may visit a particular place and then we may be asked to give account of what we saw there obiara ene said you will see a describing obi be describing no perhaps be a nwum bi a na ebo ho the kind of serene atmosphere so ade bi a ohu wo ho right something that she smelled or he smelled or I don't know befadia I describe it. So is the law of life. However, we disagree does not mean we should be abusive of ourselves, right? It doesn't mean that that's not how it works. Okay, if we are disagreeing on an issue, it doesn't mean that we should be abusive of ourselves. And then let's just say we issues right? And yes, we may disagree, and it does not mean we are not practicing oneness. But the very moment we become very abusive of ourselves, we are drifting away from the practice of oneness. Yo, sebema benewa out of form dia ene yenko na yema ofa body akwaba. Well, before I carry on, on my dashboard here, I can see listeners across the globe. I have people listening from Germany, of course, United Kingdom. I have people listening from Italy, the United States, Finland, Canada, France, and the Netherlands, and also Ghana as well, which is very good. When you are coming to say something, remember the whole world is listening to you. Abe, otemenka bamaso. Abe oh.
Pasmali.
Bamaso Abe.
Yeah, Charlie, I thought he said Mr. Bwedi was coming.
Okoye obaye o ta koye. Okay, bema oko. Na Abe.
Yeah.
Tete.
Charlie was him. I don't know whether you always call me at the right time or the wrong time.
Yeah.
When my fufu is ready to be fired. You call me. I think this week it is fufu going.
Fufu nkwana udi on.
For this week, next week it will be my Gary.
You go back to the Gary. Now Gary ni ana umye di free Ghana na bro anasa wo shop bi a woton.
I have a shop here. In fact, there used to be one man, Favito. But he used to bring the best Gary.
Okay.
But for some reason, he stopped coming. The quality of Gary he brings.
It was amazing.
He's the one. Even when I go to Ghana, I just don't buy Gary anyhow, you know. But personally, I've told you people that, you know, they do wine testing.
Yeah.
You understand? And I think because of the wine testing, they are able to grade the wine into different, you know, classes or different qualities and so on.
That's right.
I think if we should embrace the same thing in testing Gary, to be frank, I'll be one of the experts in grading Gary. I can just look at the Gary and tell you the quality.
Wow.
You understand? And let alone tasting it. I've eaten Gary I don't think there's anybody in Ghana who has eaten Gary more than me.
You never know. What you can say is you have eaten a lot of Gary, but you can't say you don't think.
I don't know.
Said the American ultimacy. Because you don't know it all. You can say what you know. So you can say for me,
maybe voter reading anywhere. I can compete.
Because yes, uncle be a fuma, ojin say uncle nuclear for, right?
Yeah,
so you can talk about yours.
Story here before. Yeah, I've told you this story here before. Maybe the threshold is no good, but let me tell you again. I don't know, this was a story. There was one man who used to have, you know, he feels he's also endowed, you know. So one day he heard there's a competition in Nigeria for people who feel they are endowed. So this man said, I'm going to win the game. So he packaged his stuff, you know, he went to Nigeria to go and compete. And so he wrapped his own around his legs and put on agbada, and he went to Nigeria. Unfortunately for him, when he went, the tournament, you know, was almost over. So, you know, the judges were sitting there and he said, I've also come to participate in the tournament. So they say, okay, let's see your own. He unwrapped his agbada and wrapped his trouser, and they look at it. They say, wow. So they show him somebody going. The guy was sitting in the truck. They say the guy sitting in the truck was fifth. Do you understand? The guy who was sitting in the truck, they are pulling him, was fifth. So if you are able to walk here, we don't know what position we should give you. Do you understand? So
yes, that is the bottom line. So.
Yeah, so maybe, but you know, Papa Smiley, I think Gary is something we can grade.
Of course,
you understand?
Of course,
it's something we can grade, or maybe Kenke and so on. Papa Smiley, these are the things we don't do in a part of the world. You understand? When we do, it will motivate the people doing it. It will motivate quality. You know, all these sort of things. You understand? But personally, well. Anyway, so
I said you all can in say Gary no Obia or said you see you know. Ana banchi say banchi near the Gary me boy. Sometimes no bunch no cry no the kind of fertilizer I will be used to cry no it will affect the taste as well. So on the density And several elements come in for us to get the Garina. Yeah. Because ni nyina anya pe. So ma hu say Gary bi kura ho no mo ya am said ya na ni ya communim so mo de wo ka hu se de yun.
Yeah, that's the Nigerian. The Nigerian have a variety, and the Ivorians have a variety.
You see now, right? Into differences I can what I mean. Ebi I don't know. Na chem baby I will talk get in ya Miss Marco taste here said the city no. But brand needing brand and your friend say.
The man used to his own used to be Favitor, Fovitor, but he has stopped. And the history of why he stopped, I don't want to disclose on this program because it's the usual social thing, because he used to do it with his wife. The wife he married and brought here. Unfortunately, somebody has taken the wife, and I think this one led the man, into some sort of mess the man up really. So the wife and his new partner are doing the same thing, but they've given it the name Aduanepa.
Aduanepa.
Yeah, Aduanepa. So you can, if you go into any Ghanaian shop, it's called Aduanepa.
Now. 1 second, maybe. Aduanepa. Onyo man na banch moreno.
Yeah, the same thing. It used to be Favitor.
It's a small word though, because Papa now omoye Aduanepa no meaning baby omote kura o Wellington.
Yo, Papa Smiley, see that's why I don't want to disclose anything.
It's a small word. I didn't know that there was another phase of story which there will always be, say.
Exactly.
But I didn't know this side of the story. I see.
Yeah, so same thing.
Aduanepa Gary, yes, sir.
Yeah, Aduanepa, yeah.
So that one is good, right? It's nice.
Yeah, that one is good. I don't know whether they are sourcing from the same suppliers.
Okay.
Yeah, but the Favitor brand, this one, I think this one is probably second to the Favitor, or maybe probably they are sourcing it from the same instance.
Okay.
Yeah, but me, if I go to any shop and I don't get that, I can't
across all shops, so quite only be
around Croydon, yes.
Around Croydon, okay.
Nanama shop.
Nanama, the what St. James are no honana.
Sumner,
no honor, yeah.
So either Sumner Road or Croydon, where the tram passes.
That's right.
George Street.
No. Oh, okay. I see.
But I think you can get it in Brixton as well. No, not Brixton.
Peckham.
But anywhere you see the Aduanepa, he does corn flour.
Don't worry. Meaning, quite a fast when you're being, dear me. At me kai da your call fi honum me free honum ne asesa banche ne modern asifo be de how me say me fanko enti we don't worry me hunu say na correct one me kwa kwajibi why
that's a correct one. I don't know whether but the Favitor there I wasn't missing it. That was why even when I go to Ghana I don't buy. But really, if you want, Papa Smiley, fortunately for me, I know how Gary is prepared from the beginning to the end. You understand? And I know the type of cassava which can give you the best quality, or the way they process it. You understand? Some of them, if they don't do it well, can be bitter, or it can be... So when I see it, I know it, Yeah. Yeah, Baba Smiley. So what is the question?
Yo. You see, speaking of Gary, you see, life is so beautiful in itself. Just one unit of life, being it Banchi. If we are to talk about the things that we can make out of Banchi, I tell you, Nadia be win. right? It's a lot, and we are still discovering more things that we can do from that one thing we call cassava banchi. So on the density, you know. And life is beautiful. They say life is good. And
Papa Smiley, you see, we in our part of the world, we've not been, I don't know whether our concept of creativity is only within the arts. You understand? But we've not been creative in the way we develop our products and things. Look, we can develop Gary to an international level. Papa Smiley, can you compare Gary to couscous? Couscous is tasteless. You understand? And cassava itself, I mean, the cassava tree from the beginning to the end, there are so many uses. When I was in Ghana, we were not eating the cassava leaves. We just throw it away. But Nigeria is a delicacy, and it's healthier. So, Papa Smiley, when we say we have a lot of work to do, like, the last time Dr. James came, I said, we have to explore the medicinal or the properties of some of these products that we eat. They are just common around. But we need our healthcare sector, almost every sector, we need to be serious there. We are wasting so many things simply because most of the things are not coordinated. Last time we were discussing collaboration, or what do you say, linkages or something. We are not doing so many things right. No, at all. So part of the resetting or whatever, Papa Smiley, we have a lot of work to do. Hey.
Yes, we have a lot of work to do, and I think the earlier we come to that realization, the better, right? The earlier we come to that realization, the better it will be for all of us. And Abe,
we have to reduce this drumming and dancing drama. All our life is around drumming and dancing, singing stupidities.
You see, I hope you are not in any way saying that the drumming and the dancing are not necessary.
Oh, Papa Smiley, we are talking priorities.
No. The question is, I don't want to believe that you are saying the drumming and the dancing are not necessary.
Yeah, but if you want to prioritize, where do you place this drumming and dancing? All the energy we will need to do something, we used to go and drum and dance. Like the Blasters. When the Blasters go into a tournament, they spend most of their energies doing jama. Then on the day of playing the football, you see they are weak, they are tired, they are weak.
I think jama no ma fans no shema wo munya sa.
Papa Smiley.
And then I said, Tio, everything in this rightful place is the best. The opposite can no nya sa.
Well, exactly. We need to prioritize.
When you say the drumming and dancing now, we have to leave the drumming and dancing for the people who are to do the drumming and the dancing.
The right people,
what kind of change them? You said, yeah, drumming and dancing also no, and no my you might know what to me because drumming and dancing and the party to me bonyo on the original.
Okay.
Yes, of course. And you have to be very specific and say
everything when the drummers and dancers become too much than the productive people, then we expose ourselves to questions.
There should be a balance. That's the thing.
Understand?
There should be a balance.
That's where we are. We find it difficult to know when we should be serious and when we should be drumming.
You, Abby, thank you, sure. Now, Abby,
is that all?
And Sunday, wait, so we there, Obanche, what do you know? Will be the answer, Anna.
It doesn't.
I finished your bonkom, Anna Refi.
Okay.
I finished your bonkom. Now, Abby said, okay. nkomo bi a yɛdi about the possibilities if we become critical of our own. Okay.
I think so. Ask your question. Maybe I can recall.
Say, if we turn our eyes to ourselves, and then we evaluate ourselves, we assess ourselves deeply, because we know ourselves much better than any. And if we are being critical of our own, it's like we are making sure that we are the point of change in whatever that we are looking forward to. Now, we being critical of our own can also go further on to the group level. Just say in a group level, we can become critical of our own as per the groups that we belong to. So, because whichever way you want to look at it, and because you are part of the group, you may know more of your group than an outsider. Someone identity, and you being critical of your own is to bring out the very best out of the group that you belong to, right? Now, we tend to become critical of others more than our own. So, and then as of yesterday, we have a new government, and we have a new president. There were people who were so critical of others, other than their own, right? And one way or the other, you can say it has gotten them what they actually wanted, the change of government, right? Now, it is my utmost wish to say how critical they were on others, and they will become critical on their own, so that they will bring the very best of their own. Right? Now, yet to me, move your nation forward, because as many of you have been saying, there's no time to waste again. We need to get straight on to work. And how would we be able to cultivate that habit? How would we be able to channel our energies to become so critical of our own? The very ones that who I remember this gentleman who say you were shouting on top of the on top of the roof, saying this. Now he say on Kasebium. Now the very ones who were so critical of the NPP administration. So we are looking forward to them increasing their energy and become critical of this administration as well, which is their own. So how do we support them to do that? So what kind of prompts, what kind of directions, what kind of ideas would you tell them, so that they will come to the awareness and say it is much wiser, it is much more intelligent, much more productive to become critical of your own. Abi, boy nkomo kakra, wati? Boy nkomo kakra na I was saying me subsidiary CCA and Sani Akoyenim ti bon nkomo yeti.
Yeah, Papa Smiley, I think Biniwa was trying, his presentation was based on some of the planning thing I was talking about. But Papa Smiley, I have in my hands a book called The First 90 Days in Government. The First 90 Days in Government, Critical Success Strategies for New Public Managers at All Levels. Beautiful. I think what Biniwa was talking about is deciding what you want to do, and he was right. He was listening to somebody, advising him or giving a presentation and so on. And that shows that Biniwa, you see, like he was saying, we all don't, knowledge doesn't reside in one person's head. He made mention of the cerebrum and so on. That is why I always say sometimes you may listen to tapes, or you may listen to relevant things online or something to acquire secondhand knowledge. You don't need to do the thing and fall or fail before, but you can learn from what others have done. And that is the essence of listening to videos, listening to tapes, or reading books. My source is mostly reading books. Papa Smiley is beautiful. This book is telling me at least 9 main points. We expect Mama as a leader to, 1, clarify his expectations. Do you understand? His expectations from the people. Oh, who is this? Who is this? Papa Smiley, am I on?
Yeah, you are on. Oh, Koso, you are on.
Yeah. So it's clarify. We expect Mama to clarify his expectations. Do you understand? His expectations not from me, but from the team he's going to work with. Because the expectations of that person, the team he's working with, is what we set the tone. Do you understand? So building a productive relation with whatever expectation he has. Then also he has to develop a strategy. Do you understand? He has to avoid one way of thinking, oh, we are NDC, so no. He has to, develop a strategy for achieving that sort of expectation. Then he himself must learn quickly. Do you understand? Despite all what he did in the past, or he has to learn from that experience, or he has to learn. If you assume a new role like he is in now, he has to quickly, and in learning, he has to identify his sources of insight, because you need to fall on so many ways to say, okay, I can do this, or what I do the last time was. So you have to identify your sources of insight. Do you understand? And that means you have to fall on the plans you have already. You have to identify people who can help you quickly to move your strategy. You can't just operate in a vacuum. That's a plan we are talking about. Do you understand? Then also you have to make sure you have early wins. Let's say what we've seen, one of his early wins is he abrogating the appointment of the district DCSEs. It's an early win for him. He has to continue and do some similar things, but because that is not enough, then he has to build his team. Do you understand? The team here involves, he may have to discontinue or terminate some of the people in place already, or get better people in place. Do you understand? So that team should help him achieve his short-term goals and his long-term goals. So he has to quickly build a team. We are waiting to see the sort of team he's got. And because we are going to criticize the quality of teams, the team he's going to work with. Then, Pastor, this is a point we were discussing the last time. Achieving alignment. You understand? I think 3 days ago or Friday or whatever, we were discussing alignment. Do you understand? Assessing and correcting alignment among strategy, structure, systems, and skills. Do you understand? He has to make sure that all these things line up. The team he's going to assemble must buy into his strategy. That will form the structure to achieve all of these things. Then he also has to create alliances. He has to identify the stakeholders. Some of the stakeholders will be very difficult people to deal with, like some of us. Do you understand? But he has to get our buy-in. Of course, I'm not directly involved, but people who criticize him, they are his stakeholders. The stakeholders are not only NDC people. Do you understand? The stakeholders are not only NDC people. Sometimes he doesn't have to run some of the rules past, of course, the opposition in parliament, that is MPP. He has to identify key stakeholders, map influence networks, the way he's going to win over his stakeholders. Do you understand? So we are talking about 9. Of course, he can fall on different sources and develop more than that, but he has to to hit the ground running, he has to do these things. And he has to avoid predictable surprises. Do you understand? He should quickly identify potential threats that will derail him from his plans. Then he himself has to maintain personal equilibrium. He has to manage himself. You understand? Managing himself here means he shouldn't behave like Akufo-Addo, where Akufo-Addo thinks looking and appearing like a guy, or feeling and looking like a tough guy is the solution. That is not the solution. So he has to maintain his personal equilibrium as a leader or as a normal human being. If he presents the posture of Akufo-Addo, it's finished. But he has to achieve some of these things. So within the first 90 days, when he's able to juggle all of these things, or most of these things, we know we are on the right track. You understand? He should have a plan in place that will enable him build his team. You know, we want to see that he's got some meaningful vision or expectations for all of us, to himself, to Ghana, and we can all buy into that. And to be able to do that, we assume that by now he has fashioned out his vision for Ghana. I think he alluded to something in his speech, that we should all contribute and build the Ghana we expect. That is a generalized view of the Ghana. But we want him to fashion out the vision, where he's taking us. So that if he doesn't take us to that destination, the vision is a destination you want to take the country now. Right now, we are in a confused state. You understand? We are in a confused state. So he has to paint a clearer picture for us. That clearer picture will be what we all buy into. We don't want confusing propositions or confusing destinations like Akufo-Addo came. He said Ghana beyond 8. We didn't know what that meant. Up to today, we don't know what that Ghana beyond 8 is. Because in the end, he sent us conflicting messages. Ghana beyond 8, but he ended up burdening us with worse than 8. You understand? So we want Mahama to clarify the destination he's taking us to. That is a vision. That when come 3 years, we know that, okay, Mahama took us from a square to a circle, or from a confused Ghana, a burdened Ghana, to a Ghana where everything was working, where there's law and order, there is minimal corruption. Ghana where whatever you want done is being done. Ghana where there is equality. Ghana where there's no disproportionate amount of its appointees owning houses, owning cars, and the majority don't even know what to eat, like we are experiencing now. Ghana, where if you want something done, you know where to go. You don't need to bribe anybody. So we want him to clarify these things. Yeah, Papa Smiley.
You, Abe, thank you. Thank you very much. Now, when we say akunta ba, akunta.
Yeah, why?
Nti yema akunta kwana akunta nso ni yemo nkomo kakra. Why?
Yeah, akunta. Yeah, you are welcome. I hope your Christmas and your holidays.
Any akunta have dialogue me ba?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, why? Hello? Papa Smiley, you haven't unlocked him.
No, he's not locked.
He's under lock.
Karachi. I'm say why tight kakra.
Maybe
So
he's busy. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah.
Mhm.
So Papa Smiley, this is what Mama has got his work cut out for him.
Mhm.
And,
But
yeah. Why?
Abi on say the okay can say
Mm-hmm.
he should do this, he should do that. Someone may say on paper no,
Mm-hmm.
it sounds beautiful. Oh, it sounds nice, but
Mm-hmm.
in reality, no, how is it achievable? Is it something that is realistic?
Well, Pascal is realistic. It's achievable. Do you understand? It's achievable yesterday as a leader. That was why I've been saying we thought he has planned. He's got a plan. Because without a plan, you'll be waffling. You understand? Without a plan, he'll be waffling. So this is the time we expect him to roll out his plans. Of course, the plan will not have been prepared by him alone. He should have prepared that plan with his team. His team being NDC members. So what have they planned to do? Our transport sector. They say they were, at the time, they said they were coming to you, Okada. Is he still holding on to that plan? Or maybe they have revised that plan. Are they going to say, okay, we have solar energy, so let's see come out with a more modernized transport system? Maybe a tram system, or maybe railway system, something. They should have a plan for our transport sector. Our healthcare delivery. Are they happy with the way healthcare is delivered in Ghana? If that is the case, does it mean they are coming to continue with the status quo? Because the status quo now is not fit for purpose. And in opposition, we are hoping that they've identified how they are going to reorganize or restructure our healthcare delivery system. They should have a plan. Education. Are they happy with what is happening, what is being provided now? If they are not, maybe there are elements they want to keep, like the STEM, like some of them. So are they going to keep the status quo, or they want to turn things around or change things? Our economic management. Are they happy with the way we are managing ourselves? Because at the moment under NPP, fiscal management is useless. Monetary policy management is useless. Our banking sector is not as efficient as it should be. So what are they going to do? If they have planned, we expect that they might have analyzed all these sectors and have identified what was wrong.
Abi
They will hit the ground running.
running. I'm saying
That is why I keep telling you,
mhm.
it is not these 3.5 years that they've started that they can come to plan, because they don't have time. They could have done much of this analysis when they were in opposition. If they haven't done that, good luck to them. Because we are waiting for them. We are waiting
Abi
for them.
we there me nka yeah. So
Yeah.
enra ya shasna. Yes sir.
Papa, that is Arsenal for you now, isn't it?
But
We don't pick when we are supposed to pick.
yɛde football kasa ɛwɔ yɛn kɔmɔdi mu ɔn sɛ yɛde player bi ba field no so a ɔho ɔba abɛyi obi afiri park no so a ne so ofiti bench a na ɔkɔ straight so ɛdeɛ no yɛ a na ɔmo yɛ.
Well, Papa, the coach will tell you when you go, do this, play this, play this, play this. Do you understand?
And then before I overcome, so
you warm up a bit.
yɛbɛma wɔ mo app so it's kyerɛ sɛ wowura park no so na womogya no ɛhye dada so ɔne ade no sitiɛ
Oh, Papa
no
Smiley.
no
Papa Smiley.
no time to waste so ɔne ade no sitiɛ
We don't have time. We don't have time to work. We don't have warm up time. Mama said sometime. Mama said some time ago. Honeymoon time. There's nothing like honeymoon in this case.
As my American, I'm saying you are looking at it differently. You don't warm up on the park.
Yeah.
You warm up away from the field before you get on the field.
Yeah. So the warming up period is when they were in opposition.
Of course.
They have warmed up enough. Now we expect them to deliver. Hit the ground running.
Of course. Also, in advanced countries, we're presenting the government in power and presenting the budget. So now, and I'm friend say, now or you can say, has even say labor for the on budget back now. Conservative funds do almost the aba. I mean, it's all built up on the ideas that we can have to build the nation. So, it's never said labor na waba mu say or the budget aba na conservative funds do almost counter budget biaba. Even that way, a bit mama labor for so these were some areas here we should have looked at. And so even if not immediately, going forward, we know that there's an area that was on our blind spot because life is made it in such a way, say we cover each other's blind spot because we'll be our blind spot. Okay, as groups within the whole of life, we all have our blind spots, right? But collectively, we are able to cover our blind spots. But what you say? Although the aba no be doing the aba, so it reduces the blind spot.
Papa Smiley, the time they had all the time, 8 years to look at the blind spots for the ruling government. You understand? So that is why I told you earlier that we spend all our lives making noise, drumming and dancing when we should get down to work. And by the time the work itself comes on, we are weak. All the opposition they were doing this. We are now, there's a time that we are looking at them now to hit the ground running. Because it was when they were in opposition that they could identify what these people were doing wrong. You understand? So now, you see, Biniwa or Mr. Bwedi yesterday was saying, oh, you can plan, but then sometimes when you hit the ground, the plan will not even work. Okay, and I said, Churchill also said, planning is everything, but plans are nothing. Okay, a typical example is what Mama did today. Okay, in their planning, this is where adjustment should happen. In their planning, they didn't know that the outgoing government will appoint people. So Mama has done the right thing by reversing that. It was not in the plan, but it's necessary for him to take this decision. So this is the adjustment you have to do if you have a plan. But this one is not part of their plan. But it's a decision they have to take for them to implement some of their plans. So that one, I don't have any qualms with it. So that is the adjustment you have to be doing if you are really implementing your plans. Everything will not go perfect, but you should have a basic thing which should be guiding you. So they don't have time, they don't have time. And I'm sure by now, if he had planned, by now he should have even rolled out with his basic thing. Because at the moment there is vacuum. You understand? Apart from him in place, there is a vacuum. And we don't have time, because I don't want him to say it will take him a month before he can form his team or his cabinet. Because when he nominates them, if it takes long to nominate them, they have to go through parliamentary approval, parliamentary processes, and so on. You understand? So I expect that in the opposition, maybe he's got like his 10 core or 12 core team members that he can quickly roll out and, then get the rest along. But hey, this is not our call. It's up to him. If he wants to take a whole year to do it, we don't care. At the end of the day, we'll see the output he churns out. We'll see the output he churns out. And we are hoping that he will not behave like Opana did, just dishing out positions to people like confetti. People who don't have experience. Today, I was seeing one guy be that Tano Mpiala, he has won, 34-year-old boy. He was deputy local government minister. And I was questioning. No wonder. What experience has this got? Anywhere I'll meet that boy, I'm going to ask him one question. What were your achievements when you were deputy local government minister? That is all. When people are given jobs because they belong to a political party, this is the result. Because we need a transformation from our local government ministry. And if people, I think he just finished his national service and they gave him that post. You understand? Well, we are waiting for them. They can give whoever they want, but we want delivery and performance. So if they don't give us that, of course, we won't be sleeping. Yeah, Baba Smiley.
You, Abi. Yeah. Yati. And you don't expect you to sleep, right?
No, Baba Smiley.
Yeah. Men, yeah, Juma. Why?
We are weak.
Mm-hmm.
We are weak.
Mm-hmm.
So if they say 24 hour is their vision, and we think 24 hour is an end result, not it's like a byproduct. We call it a byproduct in management or in finance. Basically, byproducts are, let's say you go and buy. Let's say you are a carpenter. Yeah, you are a carpenter and you go and buy wood for maybe a chair or a desk or wardrobe or something. That was the product you want to produce. But as a result of sawing the wood or cutting the wood on something, you get sawdust. And that sawdust, you could use it for something else. The sawdust is a byproduct of that. It's the same as 24-hour product. It's 24-hour economy thing. You want to implement your programs, you have your transport policy, you have your healthcare delivery policy, you have everything. Once you have transport, people can travel like here. The transport is working, so you can go to work anytime you want, that sort of thing. But the end result is not saying people should travel 24 hours, but because transport is available, that is why they can travel, take the job anyhow, go to job anytime they want. But they are telling us that, okay, the goal is now 24 hours, so we are looking at them,
Yeah, we are looking at them.
We are with you.
Let's just say, what they should have done was they should have been telling us what they will be doing in order for us to have the 24-hour economy.
Exactly. So if they don't take it, that 24-hour will be like Ghana Beyond Aid, which was not achieved. Because right now, we are holding on to the bottom line 24 hours. Guns blazing. You can go and eat wachi in the midnight. But people are eating wachi already 24 hours. So if you say that is your goal, you haven't done anything. But hey, Look, there are so many things they can do. I hope they can score quick gains quickly. It's one of the things you have to aim at. Mama he said this book is saying 90 days, but Mama is saying 120 days. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt for his 120 days. You understand? Because here they normally measure your achievement within 90 days. But he said we should give him 120 days, so we'll give him 120 days. 30 days more. Because here they measure your effectiveness within 90 days. But he wants 120 days. He set the target. We didn't set it for him. So, So, you see, so out of the 120 days, if he uses 30 days to nominate or appoint his cabinet, how many days more left? Personally, we like to make noise, joke. They are still drumming and dancing. You understand? They are still drumming and dancing. When I see them and I look at the caliber, I say, wow. It's Baba Smiley. I don't know. It's something. We are observing.
Of course.
It's a lot of work. That is the only thing. The cultural change alone is a problem. You understand? The cultural change, the way we do things, the way, how to fight corruption. I think, one, they have to review this oral name. You understand? That, is it looted assets?
You understand? Operation Recover or Loot.
Exactly. That loot is not, it's got something negative around it. You understand? And I think they have to review the name. It's got some element of vengeance, element of harassment. They have to change that. And they have to roll. I feel they have to roll this program into a nationwide program. And maybe open offices across the board, across all the 16 regions. And, it should be the basis of, fighting corruption. You understand? I think that is how MPP did when COVID came. Bawumia went to stand at information center and say, if you suspect somebody has got COVID or somebody has traveled into the country newly and you suspect, report, and the person will be arrested or the person. This is how we should fight corruption. Because there is an avenue for you to report this sort of anomalies. But at the moment, there's nowhere to report if somebody is extorting money from you and so on. And the first, clarifying expectations. Imagine Mama tells all the ministries that, look, this is what we expect. These are the performance targets we expect to achieve. And I'm going to go by it. If you cannot deliver, my friend, you don't belong to this institution. You don't belong to this ministry. And he lives by it. People will know he's serious. You don't compromise with the father. He is NDC, he is minister, and so on. You've given them the targets. You understand? So instead of appointing party boys and girls, personally here, most of the organizations, we have what we call finance business partners or business partners. We have business partners for HR, for finance. Most of those people help with fashioning out strategies. You understand? So if we embrace some of these good management practices into our system, it will help us. But it's like in our part of the world, it's not heard of. These are the sort of cultural changes we expect in an effective leader to embrace. because the way we've done things has not worked for us. And if it comes to continue the same thing, I'm sorry, nothing will change.
All right.
If he
continue Abby, can't be so. Nana, o say, I'm so of avoiding the kind or say, you may have all the planning and everything, but uncould park in this one. We are not a near master, right? Now, a near Ben, a tiki focus on our goals. What are the things that takes our attention or our focus of what we are truly wanting to achieve? What are some of the things that do that?
I mean, unexpected occurrences. Let's say, okay, in business we have what we call we use. I'm going to be a bit formal here. We have what we call PEXTEL, political changes or political issues. If you are, let's say, a business, in, let's say, the energy sector, okay, international oil prices may affect your business. Maybe you expected to buy oil at, let's say, $20 per barrel. But because of unforeseen circumstances, the price has shot up to 25. Of course, that will affect your plan or what you've planned for. Then also, maybe there is insurgency, Boko Haram type of thing, and so on. Politically will affect whatever decision, assuming you want to go and farm in the north or in a hotspot area, and unexpectedly these things come in. Or if you're a private company, government change of legislation or government bringing in a new legislation will affect your decision or your business. You understand? Then also, even shortage of the right caliber of people. Shortage of the right caliber of people. Let's say Mama combs through the whole of NDC, and he cannot get the people with the right skill set. And out of pride, instead of going outside the circle, he said, I still want to stick to NDC people. He will not get the right mix or quality of people. So he cannot achieve what he wants to achieve. Or maybe exchange rates. Or maybe the Greek thing we want to do, we don't plan it well. And instead of falling on irrigation or investing in irrigation projects, we wanted to use the weather. And it doesn't rain. We can achieve that. You understand? So that is maybe environmental, maybe political factors, or even economic factors. Maybe we want to control imports. And to control imports, you need to really come out with import reduction strategies. And you fail to think through how effectively you can come out with those things, you will not be able to achieve the low reduction in imports. So that is going to skew your, of course, to achieve that low level of import, you have to increase your domestic production. And you are not able to achieve that. So you can't achieve those goals. All of these things depends on how well you plan. Or you want to increase your exports, but you didn't put programs in place to enable you achieve those exports. Your plans will be derailed. You understand? Or inflation. You want to reduce the rate of inflation, but at the same time, you are cutting money into the system. You can't even control your money supply in circulation. Obviously, you won't be able to do that. Or you target inflation, because normally monetary policy is achieved mainly by inflation targeting. But because your people are corrupt, you can't control them. The money is all over the place. You go and contract loans and you share it among yourselves. Obviously, your inflation target cannot be achieved. So, personally, so many things. Some of them you can control or we can control. Some of them will be out of our control. Even those out of our control, if we have planned well, we've put proper processes or mechanisms in place, the impact could be manageable. But that was not the case in the outgoing government. They didn't even care. So many things, Papa Smiley. So many things. So we are hoping that they have learned from their own mistakes and from the mistakes of the last government. If they have not, by way of capturing and planning and all those things. Of course, the issue of also not managing your expenditure controls. You understand? You want to construct a road. You don't have the right funding structure, but you want to construct it because it is in my village, because it is in my town. You don't have money, but I still want to do a prestigious project so that my people will know when I came, I was Akufo-Addo. I managed to construct a road through the whole of Achim. You don't have the money. You say you want to do it. You understand? Or your revenue targets. You don't set targets, or when you set targets, you are more interested in giving concessions to your friends, to your family, without even considering the impact on your revenue streams. Come on. Because you are who you claim you are. You are the president, so you can decide whatever you want without even looking at the impact on your fiscal, your expenditure flows. You won't achieve your goals. And people who have, a lot of exposure or experience are telling you, you will not buy it. Or you just ignore them. For other hand, people like Kwame Pieni and so who were trying, they were even trying to get in contact, right? They didn't want to listen. They didn't care. So if Mama also come and do the same thing, hey, that's it. Because we all don't know everything. Sometimes you need to run some things past people who are more experienced. They've been there and done it and so on. But if you want to rely on small boys and girls, as Sensubuachi, or this Safua, all these small boys who have not even had any experience before, where do you want to go? Yeah, Papa Smiley.
There we are. Abi, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yama or hene champion so hene champion baba nya sadia I'll make offer Kwame take over the mantle.
Akunta, where are you? Or you've also got shock?
Shock from what?
Why is behaving like because he didn't win, he's also go into coma.
Which people didn't win?
That is what the MPP people have turned into now. They've all turned into zombies.
Oh, Abe. If that is the case, it wouldn't encourage them to come out, would they?
They are, Papa Swari, seriously, they are all like zombies now.
Abi, I'm say, feel that I'll be to my age, man, now, because, I don't know, say, you can't heal someone who is sick, or you haven't tuned yourself up to be able to do that, because, in many instances, when you send the panel, I did winning the problem. So, but you don't make the case no more worse than it is, right?
And we have something in Ghana saying, no, Ubana Koingbe. When you are doing something and they tell you and you don't agree, you don't listen, you will see it. Eh? If they advise you, you don't want to take. When they think, what again do you expect?
It's right now, no,
Eh?
singing time, yes, sir.
They
But unim say, omo, advanced in healing, no. They never use that statement. I told you so. They never use it. Unim say.
Papa, that is their job.
That is what.
That's their job.
Okay. Well, then your job, oh.
If it is your job and I come and you tell me I told you so, you think I'll come again?
But I don't say the import of it, and it say it's something that I don't say. The moment someone you free be guilt keepers guilt keepers, no, more or less, no, yeah, nah, the guilt from whatever they've done, no, they live with it for so long a time and they can't free themselves and move on. When you are dealing with such individuals, are people who have done something, you don't make them dive into that energy of keeping the guilt on them for a very long time. So, however, what you want, say they will make the learning from whatever experience that they've been through, and then they become better versions of themselves, right?
Papa Smiley, MPP people there, we don't want them to be anything better.
Oh,
we
please!
want them
No. You don't. You see. This.
Whether they are leaders,
Wait. Are you looking forward to making them better Ghanaians?
Papa Smiley, MPP people.
Hello. Are you seeking to make them better Ghanaians?
When they were messing up, I
said you want to justify something I don't want to say. Are you seeking to make them better Ghanaians?
Papa Smiley is up.
Okay, all right then. Ofa Kwame, bruh, name say. Ofa Kwame, Bamaso. Ofa Kwame Timinga.
Papa.
Owa hene waba. Kadachi.
Abantipa.
Ani Bamaso.
I don't go to it, Papa.
Good one. Na, wait there. I was saying, Jam, Chidema of Kwame. Ofa Kwame,
Ofa Kwame,
excellent. And yet, me Jam, Chiama. Share or one and a Nati Bungo. Why?
Okay.
I'll say. Can I now say? Sir, me time no. I was saying come free about 6 o'clock so, but I'll be on the road. I'll be monitoring, you know. Boy, and come kakra. It's the atmosphere need to say after the change, you know. How has Ghana been? Are people vibing with the change, and they are also going to change themselves, Anna?
Nothing. That's it. Papa, me share more official baby. The training and say, Papa Joe, Ofa Kwame.
Yes, sir.
Me more official baby. Say.
Me that's it, baby. I feel so brana. Station way. Yamwa. Just you bet me the tutua yamwaka. Inti I feel so bra. And I say, enu safi pa kuno bebano. Ni akre huka. Okay. Owahe.
Yo.
Ohene ba.
Tatia. Natibongo ne Makonta Joseph ne enuanum bia omomuti awmaso tia obosonfo ye friends American friends kwabna ne omo a edinu doso this also to kai bi at this Spain for na me chia wo no ne Finland for so me chia wo no America for me chia wo no na UK for the me abucha for ko ba ko chia wo bia etiane say de nyame ase say enra abetue na yehwe bedi sɛ mo amwo amono ne so mo hwe bi na yɛde ababio yɛ ma no ekuta ɔman no nyinaa no edua anase poma a ɔman no tumi nyinaa ehyem yɛde hyɛ ne nsɛm na kyerɛ sɛ yɛade a yɛde ma no sisi fa amototo ɔdeɛ ɔmo hyehyɛ yɛ ɛne nipa mpanimfoɔ mo baayɛ efi ɔman so ɛne Ghanafoɔ a ɔmo kɔ ɔmo support party no ɛne Ghanafoɔ te sɛ yɛn no mo a yɛn no yɛde yɛ Ghanafoɔ no soso no yɛde gye songo so a ɛbaayɛ mentimi ankɔ because na crowd nyɛ de betuma kɔ bi because sɛ bibi sɛ me kɔ a na wɔsɛ ka metimi ne me ma no ɛkɔ bi na komo eyewitness mutimi ehwɛ bi eti nam sɛ crowd ni ntini ne wɔ nkrom so sɛ ntino yɛtena fie ɛne yɛhwɛɛ na mede ani gye sonko so ɛna hwɛ de si nra no na menya rehyiamu sɛ swearing bebrebe na saa swearing in yɛ no nra no yɛ 7 January we say no ɛyɛ sonko so prekopɛ ɛyɛ fɛyie wo hwɛ opanyini no ɛyɛ ababio Dramani Mahama wo hwɛ na tadeɛ fitaa de kente gu ɛne ɛnyoma a egu atade n'anim kyesɛ na kyesɛ dukonya mianim sɛ na Ghana mehu sɛ sɛ mo yɛwɔ dɔm na nipa bebree ani ɛhwɛ Ghana enti sɛ enoma bi kɔ bɔne na enoma bi tia a ɛyɛ na ya na ɛfo sɛ bi yɛn kwan yɛwɔ Ghana fo na ɛhaye na metu sɛ bibi ɛkɔso Ghana ebibi ma mu hanom no bebree ɛhwɛ sɛ dia amamu esifatie ɛwɔ my Ghana because there yɛ independence no de bia no pofo beso me de esua noma ene yesia set up parliament se esifatie ene etutu ni mo hwe a ye de parliament ne so parliament no ebesi ho prekopɛ ene kyerɛ si de esifaye ye noma ene story ne se esifa ko ekusi ye efeye na me enhia oman Ghana se de de papa yesi suri ade ti ye na no pa no nson na ensuo gyemu wɔ Ghana gidigide won kan ensuo topopo pa won kan nya asanketo a kyerɛ na ɛyɛ rehyiamu sɛ ensuo because ɛno ano na ɛkɔ so no ade a meka kyerɛ wife sɛ ensɛnkyɛne bi si because menye ni gye sonko so ade a menye ni gye sonko so ne sɛ tell ye to aba ma Akufo-Addo no sɛ ni gye menya ne no menye bi da ɛyɛ mmoa Akufo-Addo aba ye to ma no premier no nyinaa no de bia first one ye to ma no ye bobɔ Akufo-Addo win na Mahama ɛkɔ na Mahama bɛma the speech na Akufo-Addo win na esun na oyawo bi ababeseme se eye den na Akufo-Addo tumi wi ni ye di no kan ya Akufo-Addo tumi wi enti to be Akufo-Addo kan ye eti Ghana fo jai de Mahama ye nyina kokoto obama eti ma ye me ya se David ni premier ye to oba na ye sa koto obama no me bisa mo se na di na Ghana fo ye ho no ade e na di bondi be ne ye enti ye hu ade papa na na ne premiers ne premiers samu no papa yi Ghana fo nya no ho do Ghana fo bebre nya no ho do say ono ana ye be say ato abama because abaye koto ye na wo hwe ka policy say da ho no ne dia tese nke di just Ghana fo be dia ato abaye dia na tese eye de man no de na eye odoson koso ene ebia onyankopon tumi tese ehia ono so ena ema ne ba se de eba ye no na onse papa no so no mutimusi na kuma mu no eno bi emre bi oye ye a ofuru se ebi wanyi ni ye no bi didi so wanya enuhu bi anase nimdie foforo bi a na abeya to amani opeso de be yi abesesa oman no meme de me bompa ye se ade bi okotena bonten okotena okofie okotena enfie kwotwe awo hwe amamu se sifatie wa pentu kwan na ode te omamu ha no mo a enfie kwotwe nyina wa hwe amamu ekoso ene sedia ebiase to obama na wono susu hihye ne ntutu obetutu ma ade bia na woni mentima nyi ne ye no obesisane no waye ne ye no megiri se papa no wadwene ho ache enye fosa ene na fom sa na megiri se obe bon ho modin se obeye die eye Emma and Saye, Etimiaba, because who say, we feel Kujanuswa, a yesla where you're gonna know better Guswatina or Manu. And it's why anyone in year of feel Kujanuswa, no money say or Timbi. And at this point, need them did say when ya a Genesis Saye said, dear. When the ministers ne appointees of a 4 million nano, made not sure say, Papa Dejan who say, or man something connected because or mano, and you're gonna phone down the news, gonna phone con the news or mano at connect. Now, opinion, they tell you, says, I guess say, ya. So, what says the game, and you say, and for sa opinion, I'm no case would see what I used to say, I'm no case. Say, I guess say, now. Who did you so with my your cranny at the master? Yeah, Edding. And then I'm going to phone you who said, baby, I did not feel Coco do no. And then it's not any ever say, yeah. There be a bit me a can because I didn't know so when you more because maybe I say an Ababeki can be a gumo, but I did not see a question. I say a question, pa. I say a question, say, and so, oh, man. Ukwesika senya enso omanu ankankasa bosaroma esa aka ho adisa se akwachiri etini de meme de de bebom pa ni se wonu mu a wo fo mo djuma ba mo djuma se omo bo no mani ni djuma no eba ba se na papa eye for the football be bam ni sadie on am che no so no matter how you good footballer se wo team no any opponent now no more no omo ye fa mutin say no matter how good you are no wo struggle even to get a goal so no matter how team wo no we good player our Real Madrid and I say any Manchester United na say do ba e be team a flop ko relegation na do be shemo for you to score goals no kra no. It's hard work for you. You have to double. It won't come to me because of our vocal 101. Come to my head, 101. With my ball on the keeper, 101. With my slipping out to form. And the mimic can say, Papa, didn't have a card. Papa is semi bekan is a immediate men to man. But and let me say, men to man, I'm a pure man. Papa, you're gonna phone you now. Never call a green nation. Na entin is gonna for to man no me say men can be being them in crunch and 7 to 2 to 2 man no e mo no so enye gide so kusubi e ma ne gide ne kwas ye tu a ye nkasa ye ne de betima ma ne gide na we say eguso apagya ene ne nimtie ne tutu e bi ototo e maybe no o te opposition no say de ade kokodu e what's me three bomb home mountain say na e motivation ono be motivate no die. But so far as I've sworn in all bed to man, obey Casadenian Piebo, na it me a leftino, Morano, said ya, obey me as go goes no. And they say in Ghana for baby has said, Wabadie, so with my shelly first go, me a shady, na me jidi pow, open me jidi pa. I told you a cassa, now I think say emotion too much because Omana say, I say quite too much. Me and 5 years, I say, Baba Cassie, Debbie. No matter what you know, platform is to do in Mubiano, become Bias, doing Biano. Say, Papa, no, and could you papa in chamber, Papa, I implement, and I say, when your wolf will be anti Manki can't say, when the directions be now, who knew qua. I walk, I say them, football, no, Unimu body, you walk or two losing team, our Muko relegation. So when to me and your counterpart, Papa be counterpart, people in football, but like Papa more. But you use a bit of season in the corner, one requires goes to go and me share. Now, Slan will get number Sako. A sanity. A say, I think I buy a was we come up more dear. I come up more dear. I come with the two of Baba and Uncle Enya dear, sir. Sana, I'm on the one holding you. See the music for whom my mom was his fatty or one. Obia Baba Bon who do certain level said, yeah, the Baba dear, no, or bit my idea. Etimi akọ akunim kakra na kakan ya kọ na ye de we ababadi no se de esi fo system no ne exchange rate ne petrol prices ne prices on the market, loans, interest on loans, how and the way country now, the system is broken itself. Leader, policeman, just say, to me, you were chile, just say, Obia, Nancy Gumu, say, or manity, yes, and Penisa. And then I'm in it, Mammy be saying, MP before we transfer. Ebian can you pancart one could be traffic, I drink a bit more so my own bit mature. But that change you are based. A positive change back Ghana. Yeah, only didn't say positive change. Yeah, only the 18 say abwa. Because a fresh mind and a fresh administration. And a Nippon or Abanus didn't come up with Dibida. And you who do yeah. And yes, will be Dibida one, or ye be, what you could do, baby. The way you sooner a bit more war mine. Infrastructure no see and you're lacking infrastructure. Schools, hospitals, and some of the all the way. It's way by Nank also to be taught to a son of boy, Nanka a bit easy tension. Said the Okulibua, pressure the Kulibusuno, and commitment easy to be. Said the president confirmation and commitment easy baby. Schools are dying. Secondary schools, Sanama wouldn't win. Uncle with me, yes, I don't a bit easy to be. I could trust them, say, I could I could tell you, Emma Edmaya for Uncle Babua. All the mission, I could trade it to my for Coesimo. And then I am going to be Emerson Bay or be a Juma one. And no bones the way you will be a Juma or be a creative Juma. Now, I'll be fight by your foot. I could tell what trade by your phone. I could tell on quite me, I could tell it to you at Jumayanino, the Jumayadia. Because they are saying, say, oh, for bit to Juma, now, Busumina from 30 days to 31 days. Okomoni obi ni person offer trust on antiamani 700 Ghana cedis a didn't just say the pan won wiaw e didn't just won wiaw e didn't say no say to share no money nyina e system no ono obey on sisin on hwe no money ye no on tutu no maye ma oman no ona me share no
me tio pa
obani no kwenye menim say enro man ka meboa me di tie me dia ma chese de mi hu ni nra no o be ka so we dey say nkan hwe e kan bibi kan bibi this one person be dia tu say bibi ti kan bibi utimi hwe bibi ti say ade we de bibi wa akire a e betimi di kunum ade aba sa de we no mo ye na aya so in the sea no e yes say 27 countries presidents 21 I'm to say 21 presidents from African countries. And now, a human will come with him. And who say a idea how many again the chair come on us invitation we say dignitaries almost by American President Biden, a small business money teacher, foreign dignitaries, Britain, and why I just said, look at him say, hey, over because we're one in the way they test, but a test here we next a test here we the papa we the Yako point there you no and there you my Ghana no. Me and me be negative. Me co-negative now. Me co-negative. Because Obia Baba say or man to the level ye ultimate sorry uncle I dey bet you crowd 10 cities. Share between me and me say bit cocoa yet bit cocoa Ghana hanam 70 Ghana cities. Ye koto cocoa ne ayi masa ne bo fruit ni sa no mano cocoa 70 Ghana cities. Can you know ukra one city a ultimate cocoa masa and katie a city nyina one city. Because baby I did one sassin go on sassin go over rebeno. Cocoa the dear cocoa imported Magana. A bro you do Ghana get Ghana 5 cities no. Back 5 cities now. I yan Kahano and Kahana Pukakapada. Ghana Pukaka capo ya capo. I had the higher as who put open Chinamatua. Who could 10 to 15 cities. Who is the Beguti? I didn't. And cinnamon kitty be and for me, kitty bisa. Almost a sister getting kitchen. Can you know Crananka ye said one wood? Say, Yibaco, omuyi ba ku 1 cedi bokono ba ku da say na ba ku da say na ba ku da say na ba ku da say ubu say 4 cedis ba ku pe ye ehihye na ma ku 4 cedis na ye show jene 40 Ghana cedis a ye show jene 40 Ghana cedis a obobu say ade ye show tomatoes 120 110 this cedis a rubber ho bibi bia utuye juma utimi this kan fan to ho anse na ye say bie school last me kan wa no say ye bie school fees abi tua ye bie ni enti no dey na utimi wo chi wo peso ba wo chi papa we say good say ye bibi papa mra na wan kasa wo tuti komo susu uni wo so onto debi ye ko negative ni sa ye be defend the protect your cancer papa good so this our floppy o ye ni me bie fo say bia aden and I will could ye cause any de Ghana for na be tunu baby obi e Ghana do say ne de say de ono anim say de sifa to oba no edni si akunya no so no wonu ankasa woni say wo ye mistake wo ya DP be ye ni mo ho any ade o danitani no man on tie ni sade na any wa mo be say no be basa because Ghana food team ko tra no ensam be ko sa wuti wintimi san ko mu bi mu de but what ye ne etene kwa Ghana for ye be say papa yi obo no homodin papa yi obo no homodo no aba be kache na say daily no oba be my update said ya oman no entutuye ene ni kan kono wonu aka so oba be kache si fatie na enye sa fa bi oba be hye mu na fa badane dan nsem ana say Ghana for ya de adwene e be cancel was see oba be transparent among Ghana for because at this point you know he's got nothing to lose. Oni fi obelusu nti se wo mu no e na ba ka kire sanet ye. Why na wo no be ye bibi and now dey tuma show bi ensa. No oba no very transparent man. Na won't mean ni or a transparent man Ghana for be ginedi. Yes, Ghana for be ginedi. Na e be tie de wo kan so no. Na ye aso no den tutuye ni hihye ni kan ko so de o man ko no. Ye ankasa be sa ye den. Ye hu so wo ya ye ankasa be den. Ye be sumo sa ye piano. Akanti for ye say do fu biapa no. Wonu ye piano. Wo ba ye bi no. Wo ba ye bi no. Ghana for tutia no. Wo ko sua se dia mamu no. Any Ghana for you ye ban si fatie. Any kwa ye bitma ye de. Ye bitma ye etuma ko ye nim. Se dia mama etuma ko mani mu no. Because Ghana ye ya wonu elimunyama no. Ghana ye ya elimunyama no. Se ba ko no ba no be ye no. Se o sa no ye no fu se elimunyama na. Se o ko ne to aba no mu se ne si fatie. Abani atu ni kire se amamu na obebu ye no. Say ye papa enye senior parliamentarians no. Eye 88 or 83 no. Parliament ko ese mamu nko. Parliament no ye hwedi nyina ma opanyin na emra no enra no. Bo be kan se mu gu ni so a, bo bo ni tutu a, bo gu ni mu ase a, se wo nye obia no wo wi o ma ne sika se obia no. Se parliament no, se wono to test wo de kra no. Enti wono papa we se ni de se de ko ni de ye kan kupon bie ko na tuma ba no. Constitution na ye kan wan se de bie wa ha no se constitution no. Es gacha kan wan sem emiete. Es gacha wono wo kan miete. Es gracia ye ni so bo ma no form ye ni se es gracia bo ma no form sika popo a mo ko 4 years na ma ko gine le gum bottom obi tira de 40 years na 40 years no what kwa mama every month bia mama dey say 500 300 200,000 na mo mo so mo ko woro wo ko onu enko je eyi ni bi ye first pension ni bi no wu efie na bia na ma je na mo de gum to no titikam na mo ya ahantane e ka se mo kire papa ya kache so obehwe amome yi esgrace ye he no
o wa hine
ye
me pacho what can be na de wo mu ni se wo de wo o man Ghana mu a sisi aho kire no aba manfo so
opanyini
emse wa no nyensi but me stress mamanfo kwan na wo musang questions baako bi na se uyi ano mo na se bia odi bi beto aso adi ato aso enti gina wona so
de tell ni se opanyi bi so nka mamanfo akonya no be gini se mamanfo so no ensem ho mbe so mo so ka me de lukoye me ni se opanyi bi se opipi me nsada me se yim mabeka to enuan me nyina wo enuan mo Ghana ha no and you say if I tell you say as much as me most see wo okru we say no be say say dey bi su chama no ne awon so ho se show mo e fa se dey ekoso my Ghana a o mo mpe me say Makunta Joseph dey akoso efie nwotwe nyina no won pekete because Makunta Joseph dey wono no wo ye key wono no gigire mu e bo hu du ku bo sire wo ho e di akufo du echi ba bi obeku bia eni tire wono no Makunta okasa Makunta okasa o e na oya no o de kasa o no Makunta o de oya ne kasa because me was Makunta say what me convince Makunta da be pin no be o de kasa o kasa ye nyina no because we kasa ye nyina no so Mahama has to prove himself to Akunta e no answer Akunta to aka bibie on person be committing hu biem because ade odidi ye no yama ne sesi form me say ade kon me bitimi kasa ne say sa papa ye Kufuor do MPP man me jumandi ni preoccupé dada bibi bie no mo kan bitimi di tumu da man ti bibi bie tumu say abombo no bitimi bu o my Ghana am na yeye because me who say o ma you ready so ma be I don't know me kan ye maybe am say e ba Kufuor na me defend the MPP and that na Kufuor na ba Kufuor chi say e bo man it na me no e ho na ma dwene wo but say me ba ya yi la Mensa ne mandine yi first why kenis I'm not we check politics ni check say ya ma monisi fa ma fo esifa na me say hey say me bia me jina me nyina yi and me say me hwe no madi me say ah David and bi be ko money etino me no since Akufo do so company bi be ma nyina se mani da eti Akunta na me to ase wo de baby o jina ho no sa baby Akunta wo jina e mo bia ntu fi ho no sha ko se tema obohu se ensese bi ba obituma dia tum se ade we de obituma ade afa etima ka wasem atima ka bi papa fa so wo hu bibia baby o jina ho no but men can in such a way say ebe kokoye say ase wo tan anase ebia wo mfa nkranse bia ntachi ene ne de wo kone sa de ne because ade say ade ni na epeniye obekwa oba mrebu wo kro na fo say ade ne ebe ha jan ka men ka he na tie bi na for contribution kakra bit man dia ba dey show man because opanyini opano enye klok opanyini me say enti na beto say so obetimi dis ka tu boto utwafu ogu kemu 1000 Ghana cedis first day second day utinya unko third day na 1000 na eko na 1000 yenya na ko okro we say 1000 yenya na ko okro wawo enti se mo amone na mu bobi 100 mutumi man obi nya bi na obi 100 okro mu na what do ni pani ye but only say enko akire they say we are what do no but enko akire yes enko akire enti mo bi nkasa mi menya ibi na video hanu so be great
so obi pese obusa owo ahiri asem a mu na emu amuni wo fa Kwame ne system nti asa no friends owo ahiri bi ana Ghana connection no amu no ne bia o free so a wo bi bisa no mumusa no na afi wo peso obabodi mintumi mu wa nti me boni dede se de be ya ofasmali betie na onu so obie wo enti wo peso o busa o wa hia asem no utumi brenki no o brenki a mefro na wo busa no ansa de a emse o se me ma obi brenki ana ayasa de o se me ma ura no poko
Akwesi
is there. Akwesi, get yourself ready.
Yo, yeah, are you about for why not? My tight I can't go real next you know about.
Ah, you. And Akwesi ni way the answer means to meet me bem. Me also said they see who friends had over no. As a matter of fact, me personally, dear, my shining life. And ni speech, you know, Betty.
Over Kwame.
Yes, sir.
Over Kwame, with you, my country. Over the power to allow someone to speak, and you have the power to mute someone. I've given you that right to do that. So, and it's like he didn't know. That's why you are calling me to do that. It's when you click on the person now, who said everybody allowed to speak. And you tap on the person again and then you mute the person. That's how you do it. Why?
Medasi bebre.
Nice one.
Medasi. Said they may no me speech, me the margin fa ho say. Also the 4-pillar project biaba. Eno na odi behwe so abu emwan no. In the first place, say we a Democrat. Now we man a Republican. Republican they say it do time bia e wo say isi wo hene. Enti we Republican mu nso a wo no we prince a utumi fra konwa no bi no matter what. Enti bra ono mama or standing as second time amount for resource buy say Ghana for a be kwana mano ye disafana shenin say omeru Ghana despite the performance say the musi no pass no any say do say presenting no or more choose no against others and when so the clear say omu epeno enti once who a Democrat the woman say you respect majority vote enti se mama ti saying say the ode ba the obey Ghana near ye disafana mano okay and the speech mono adia mimi sua ene say or say or no there or the 4-pillar no neighbor na 4-pillar no need the to so kika yin nyina no me ade anka me peti na no ne say enka on kan che Ghana for say edin but yes we can o use yes and o ka say we so a enka me wa hoto the che say inclusive governance neighbor I will be exploit Ghana for intelligence. Ya thing near their body or man because Lord do that hono. And you find out the be far Lord do now. Yes, you na saying. And your only hope where you feel say between the redeem your home. Ye good no and they destroy. Now mine chichi. Na say a deal more dear. A crab person wachichi. Me ba make on. Your friend is primary energy. If you don't have it, you can start your day. I didn't so bet me a boy me a yenye duane die no. No na yes no. Nti enhunu. Me dey ya me di ho ya. Because se wonnim ensuo so mfaso a. E wo so obi kai wo say wo body no 70% ensuo. Nti wo life a wo di ti wiase no. You need water. Every 2 hours you need water to drink. Na ye say nwin a ye hu ne value ensuo no enwo a esa atena kopu mu no ansa nke nru pu mu no na ye dwuma bebrebe because utumi de ye fish buama unua ne ndoye a obeye nyina ebebua because you can't build a untumi nya agriculture unuse nsuo enti nsuo no ne mfaso no ya nchiremu Ghana for antiase say any pressure to say gold a vital it's about your life any future generation and as I say yes you poison no you in ponie gum simply because if you say gold no ever value against you but which is not true that there back one in mistakes nipa ye ne say ade no se wo hono mo a you take it for granted won tra ho na one analyze importance enti wo se no na wo se no na baby ensu ho aye den no master wo ko hono mo a e ho na wo hu se ensuo ho hia because so nsuo no mu a hwe o mu atiti desert so no wo de wo kofa ho no na wo koyi bibia na wo mu oasis na obi a protect nsuo na wo de kwadi ho na koyi rough wo life na wo de to so because one wonim say ne life no any sense you know e wo ho no nti wo disturb no kakra bi krobi wo komo ho no French colony enye French department region ye fra ho no Mayotte storm bi ato afa ho no already na no mo wo nsuo crisis na storm bi asa ato afa ho ebubu adan ma sese wo mo infrastructure nyina egu fom ade ye expensive wo ho sese eni nsuo enti so ni nsuo a wadidi ho odin na apart from so DB no awaduane no the body needs it enti already a friend mama obae no nanka me pesenka meti se ebi a okotena ho no 80 years no ebi anko wo hu ade friend environment ne value beto antochi ho ena said you see address Akufo-Addo no anyamete because ayese akoyese nkrofo no omunim omu enti nyame ampata scratch my back Akufo-Addo say Ghana me conclusion e wo ye system no ne say eni say ye di tumi no mawo a na wo benya besia wo gi besia no no use no say de wo pe ade enye bibi no mu ekire say besia wo di Ghana din akogye no wo bebu nkunta enti kakra bi a wo be ya Ghana fo no na wo ya na de aka so wo be pocket you so wo be ye ni din no aye because Ghana ye system no uba wa be bu wo man no ye ni account bia no ye no afa ho adi nanka said de Akufo-Addo wa ye Ghana yi senke wo say ye audit no ni ehunu say Akufo-Addo ubaye eka ubenya eka odi ja Ghana fo ni but Ghana fo ye ni ye constitution no mo ayen enye san hwehwemu no yenwe so we also oba be change constitution mati say es gracia o ka ho asem enti so oba be change constitution obe ya amendments kakra bi wom na de enkoye de be favor no na say de be favor Ghana dia okay let's wait and see because ono awaka o say ye money 120 days which means 3 months 4 months 4 months ye money 4 months ni enhwe de odi Ghana be fa but owo ahen ni mo amowo ho de muma mo tiase se adeso anu e de Ghana no mi mom de ka me choose say onka say one Ghana for be yo na won fa talents e wo man no mu ene wo man no ma wo ma ye ready so mo beboa so wa country mu so wo hini ni emwa ni nyina nye Ghana because say dom see e be ya is possible one put the crying possible cry friend is saying Dr. Bawumia Sukai it's possible and here possible there you say you bet me about the Ghana view okay makame de kakra the old rules here friend no who is that akwasi when you ready there and yanko bomba de ne bosomfo hwana oba nka ne okay bomba de ye bia ma ye de mic na ma
What's it?
yeah bi o mic na ma titu aso som na fako
Me that's it. First speaker of parliament for the 9th session. Say yes, about parliament. He said, when now you're first speaker. He says, you better was to say, of Kwame. nso we di anim ama yɛ na mɛkyɛ nnuanom nyinaa ɔwɔ ahene yɛma wɔ afehyɛ pa am sɛ yɛto nka kyɛ ɛna ɛgya twum barima nso mɛma afehyɛ pa ɛna obi bia kwesi nso yɛma afehyɛ pa ɛna Joseph ɛne akɔnifo radio for tiefo nyinaa all the frequencies sɛ ne onim sɛ the social media no ɛne na sɛ abɛɛfo abɛka abɛɛfo ntentan no ho ɛbɔ adwuma pɔpɔpa na de bia you can use it as a I can say a good servant and I say a bad master. By the social media, you use kama. Ti adwena nyankopɔ de ama nipa no na ɔde afa mmerante bi so a wɔn so ayɛ telegram. Ti akontrol de so yɛ hɔnom. Na Instagram so ɛyɛ abrante Mark Zuckerberg Instagram ɛyɛ ne dia na Facebook na ɛyɛ WhatsApp so saa no ma miɛnsa ɔno kwa control about 6 billion of the 8 billion population na was so about 60% of the world population there apparently there or nyina data and so ono ankase hu say akonfo video yewo say nyina use for the good purpose and na apparently South Africa ni America ni Elon Musk so and the Twitter so your honum ti wo AKW na akonfo video yepi na so share my enye jako mu ne yinkwa na share so obenya de pana be 5 years ago jachum susu for so said the Bible kan no Philip ko hu Nathaniel kas and at the papa bit me free Nazareth abana Philip se minji wachinye wo de come and see enti wetie tutun sansan FM stations nyina no ye be se opese ye education na akontrol de no na ye Ghana ye NCC some say NCC ni ye guno because say independent here politicians wo munye dwumanye intenya the National Commission for Civic Education no omemo enough resources now omutima ko all the country said here in chroma time no now with social service in advance no ema ebi call of Kwame and the chroma team kwachiche books ma no a otimi nya pen chro ye abrakra na won mpaboa enti National Commission Education no modwuma do pa se bi kwasa sembebra citizens ne denizens bi ye no senka National Commission etimi kwa approach church omo a omehu de nti omo ye Ghana ni yesa wo story ya o say e dia me Ghana ni de nti na mo ye Ghana ni de nti e na mo ye Ghana ni enti ye call article 41 na o say enye se wo story ya se wo so ye Ghana ni na se utruma yode na wo ye Ghana ni a adwuma kese e da wo so na adwuma kese e da wo so article 41 o say the exercise and enjoyment of rights think of open rights. I have my rights. No? What's it? The exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedoms. Freedom, in plural. Freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations, and accordingly, it shall be the duty of every citizen, clause 9, to protect and safeguard the environment. And the environment here now of a Kwame Akasa Manitina and a Konya Yintreno. Everybody free constitution no makaisa Ghana constitution no nipa kwa Entebbe ba untim kasi Entebbe na se ukoya okoto adeka la da twitwa um tabi de enye no na ye de mako booster nkrabone ne ye de mako booster institutions na ya training wo ebi so call prison lenti e call prison no enye se prison se ye pese punish o name say ye be reform until na prison no omo vocational open proper vocational ka say prison kra na o san kan nipa kra ko obi ye be kira carpentry woods carving ni welder nyina nti obi wo a okọ prison kwa ndo tim bo ni degree saa no say prison ye nti enye prison se obekọ na se bia kofa woto ana se ye na no nye prison papa de enye institutions ase bibia wo ho nti obi okra ye be yi no na wonye ni degree nyina na waba back to society as a reformed person nti se won sa article 41 na me kan na se wote ase dia o say for rights say na me we meet my way mintimi nye we no any freedom say won fa wodie no eye ne twin oyentafo ne twin no ne say wo adwumadie ye na adwumadie ba ko a esese Ghana ni ana obi bia ye say we Ghana ni bia ye ne say ombo eho ban eye environment no ye kan environment bia ade bia hu bia eye o surrounding no ye ne pen environment into fear utimi your part of environment it mean say bia efira abakoto langa ado one kasa bit mado part of environment because cleanliness in the city we as for cano is next to godliness enti endi ehuni na kwaye bretu adeda ho nyina no said the end and nyanse mu no omo share da aka say ebnada ye nkɔ efom ne nyina conservation and no mo ye no said ye won so time on no yere wo no emo no so mo ye living thing edu baby so ye ja improve ne okwakuo mu ne adoe mu no mo so ntimi nya kwan ntimi nwo na sa da achi bi wo pɛ pemre bi achi no anaasɛ okwakuo bi achi na wetimi nya bi na wo wi mu no nyina ebɛdɛ na wonya opro na wetimi akɔchi na anaasɛ wonya ebuburo bi akɔto ne tai onyansa na ye na nan mo no enti onyankopɔ pɛ sɛ ye conservators enti wo sɛ adwuma di kan a ɔde ma Adam no ɔse de he should take care of the garden so that say enti nipa oyi aboa kra no sɛ bi ogya ne nan a na otutupɔ no akata so ne nyinaa yɛ environmental cleanness ne bi no enti ye nyinaa yɛ asɛdeɛ na ɔhyɛ ase no sɛ da bi leadership by example sɛ woka kyerɛ citizens nko a wanhwɛ authorities bɛka sɛ bia ɔmu ne mandate biara ba wo sɛ power no so every nipa no so na ɛkɔwura authority no but leadership by example sɛ me mɛka ne deɛ president bɛka anaasɛ minister for environment bɛka no different minister of sanitation dɔka deɛ ne sɛ pay ɛne ne yɛkɔ yɛ nima no sɛ yɛka ne deɛ yɛbɛka nso no yɛma no constitution ama no mandate paa ka ne paa no so tumi di ne nasi fam a ɛma no makɔ wɔn ne authority no constitution sɛ ɔno so ɛnyɛ politicians kwa na ɔbɛyɛ emolem dama wɔn no ɔmo so yɛ part of the environment nti article 36 edi kan ba yɛ ansa na article 41 ba yɛn kɔhwɛ article 36 a wɔse ɛyɛ leaders no ɛyɛ the state no ɔmo so nyɛ article 36 clause 9 ɔse the state shall take appropriate measures needed to protect and safeguard the national environment the edi kan no one can say environment or Jubilee House or Independence Square, national environment into all the 4 cardinal points of Ghana. If we the northernmost point of Ghana, Kunungugu, over the southernmost part, Kita, no the westernmost part will keep 3 points, no by easternmost part will I think Kita na southern part will keep 3 points. So I prefer southern part keep 3 points. Now, yet mean protecting national environment. What's anything important national environment also for posterity? Say ye na se bi ye nkwasafo na se ye de ye ndwene ye nkwa na didi a constitution de bi o constitution ya ye bia mopana de bia ma ye na kwam kuma be ye bi ene ye bi 79 ene ye bi su 1991 ene ye de be re mu no ye ka posterity a enye wo echirima from posterity enti ye protect sa national environment no said ye India American India for kai no o se asase we nyina na enye ye dia chirima dia enye wo dia because unso na unso ye chirima ye nya wo no se wo unso wo na sese nso na meje se ka wo ba asase ka nkwa na waka asase so hwe se ka asase kese nkwa na wasase so ukra wo be wu of depression to see for posterity o nyansa e wo mu and shall seek cooperation se abanjwe so ntimi nye adwuma na se sisira dapa edwin se ko ntimi nye adwuma na on seek cooperation with other states into other states obesha say for West Africa ayiwo na wa ba ECOWAS na wa ba Africa ansa na wa ba international bodies no because you were UN omo a whole dedicated department for environment ehia omo ye papa ti wo ye minister of environment ne sentiment ka say wo adwuma no den ma wo ye EP a adwuma no wo hwe say adwuma o say cooperation no with other states and bodies for purposes of protecting the wider international environment for mankind. Who say would because what Ghana now because any media me say in Zuna media Ghana Togo for no more if I say Burkina for your mind you say more poison white voter, red voter and the black voter na ko yin na Ghana nyina yewu so mo di DDT ne sign ne mercury ekohwegu the source of the voter river na abadane lake na ka obi a wo downstream bia nka yenum so na ka bia obi ka so enso na nka se be correct be bia na entimi correct ni na kakra bebem so ni yeko won de nte Egypt ni abre no Ethiopia ni Uganda mo no because Egyptians no almost 150 million population no almost 120 million no almost 9 no ho kakra Egypt 80% a desert because Ethiopia nyina wo upper side na upstream no and Ethiopia koye dam no say the Egypt for sanity enti we don't live by ourselves ade AC wo Uganda wouldn't say Uganda and one Ghana fa ho into a wider environment no nyina yen preserve say nyakopo hye ma yen no yen utilize bi but yen sustainable It is one say government on the mandate, and a yes, citizens on the mandate. It's what this will be up a langa, and as well change or trade jana, men can say no trade jana. Busan added to trade jana, Banti, a Jason may be a year, a canopy, a million, a transi. Na me si onipa oni medua ho faso no ne hu ni faso te ni nya na me ka saa je me ubetuma kote me anywhere akrache ya na prince ni coach onipa ombudua no ne hu ni faso e de said ye wo ye medra etini yakopɔ se adam intende garden no no hwɛ so ti yakopɔ wodi nkaye saa nwa ni nyina oboni pa na ka obonwa be ka yakopɔ ti mo de ade ne wi ahye yi ade ne so ta so ni speed na ase yi nyina oye sa canopy se nyina ena ogya kese na to Amazon forest na ewo Brazil no any part of South America no say enye the lungs of the world enso ne efie ewo ewiem na nso so a serve as a brick. Someone can say Olympic Games in France. One of the most challenging sports sports more and Olympic Games and they find 110 headers no. See header no, header the other way different barrier. We some boat won't mean to say 110 headers no. Won't mean 9 seconds no because header no barrier wo they so jumping in can take as many seconds. A very, very challenging. Because so bad when one show cram maybe now shorts ocean crano and yet proper crana authentic. I want you to be my mouth say why I sing a very, very serious headers room. So he said you'll be a walk meters and headed over 9 seconds. Because be anyway san in your head a man in so at all. It is saying soon be quata concrete is quata in Yanus and a pin be away. Maybe an city in Shodaka crack. Nina with soon speed. Into by the time I back boy upon Munus and Aviana in Sudan, you bro. Name Uchen Yanina. I was a kid you. I said the diabetes a wakodi a more white and then Mojan is any and no pancreas and the one money. So that's it. To me, you know, some person can say, Yema 2025 and ye ninja environment. Wow, we took a quabuchino. O bien no bit my Tony Diana, a bodia in Yenny home. Obi crange. Send me better than America say $300 me buy a bien no. A Jenny Craig him saying dino. A Jane here do better home by no a yanny sing a dana kisses one. Opa Craman in Yannick Nebu dino. Baobeko YouTube gun and need $20 $300 almost citizen put na quata a jabba cranny. Which may sit down bears at 3,000, which means spending say beer $5,000 be said me in Abra Parks and Garden or no major union amount. We could catch a gun in your Ghana on Tias or any Pebiatana and soon a pa Ghana we quick equitable. Oh, Yakupian say, baby, when we quit because of honor or show no son. A resting in Opeg or Maya or enjoy so many sunlight hours at Ghana home. You enjoy 6 hours, 30 minutes of sunlight, pure sunlight. You can think you use solar panels, but in India, you and I ECG, they be an doom swabber. Minion, my few we know, focus on the environment. Oh, and you mean Johnny Environmental Group, so Johnny, your WhatsApp, yena yet me a fighty, a buyer, Galamsini, a fighty, Bibria, ya bank of quarters, and no me people are. Even though say no mass and saying, yes, I did Yankabese Buburu. Because my community no say omune wo power no obi ba say obetwitwa koko phone so be ya omunye gangali ya omu future no ne sese de ye hu say ade nipa hu no e ka yetrim say de ye ka kire no sese ye koye de ye pictures about won onipa wanya yi kidney yi won nsuo won koko say de na wona na say ye nsuo no say ne nsuo sitie no na ye to omu phone ti e ye adwuma ti nyina ye part of it ye bo adwuma kakra they say Abambia Obia and you're from citizens and citizens and spectators. Be a baby be and found ye protecting environment. No, since you're preaching no make cut as one. Ye coma a year a mama the no. Ye may JJ Obia say, because my catcher saying the next 10 years question in the next 5 years, yan sure ya independent Ghana and also much because kidney when your kidney infections or when you're baby by ye no and ye hunsa. Because we can depend now. Also, when I made the media, maybe 70 years, we made 20, maybe 100 chima home. Yet the empese obia money best any obi. Because Ghana, intiminum dasani, debia, yebenum in Sonibia Ghana Water Company so na ne benom wobeto dasa ne se nkwa no beto wobeto ebesa sika no so ebesa enye nkwa na obedi ti ebesere mo nyina momwa na yentimi normal crime do go on na mo nso mutimi spread environment na mo spread across social media you open the cheapest way of disseminating a social media untwa hwe ti say there be obeko radio say so kotua they go there and then one the radio social media no bia wonti mesre mo yenye ne sa nya sa dia obede obeto America o bana ebusani ne sa ho aka yete ye pescabra in machine no enya de bedu because penifo nyina beje am mo busafo wendu so 4 hours of a treatment no a day for 3 days no unya hu sese no the mess them way the cheapest way ya yebetima protect your home na yentimi kontimi de masema no de aka ne de yebeka ho asemechiri medase
Boba de dasi bebre na okwe de mami musa say link ne de odi aba sa situation o say agency o say de no environmental protection ya dasi monko amanfo monko accounts for WhatsApp musabeka na monyo mo ye concern about environment no mo me join na ba ko a me say busa ne say so tie de wo kan ya na che say there should be a body a cross beyond the borders of Ghana and can was a regional body and to me report where there's abuse to say Ghana abuse you know you see Cote d'Ivoire for complaining because they are feeling it yes yeah yepoa edayase ho no no a emaye fish mi enya biwie no fish no nso omaye contaminated with heavy metals no enti mama o say ye dey pressure go so minim say ye say free bibi environmental protection agency but yema wo mo kwan to me bi said the be ya wo betumi a complain actually government no wanya na ke ne ko a regional body nanka almost the pressure gune so ama pushing na kodru United Nations that's a sanctions be or why they are sanction because I'm say Ghana no ye jaya too much ama citizens enkwala no omo the environment no aye say ehon ne wo se omo ko hwe omo chop money omo destroy no omo fa ho yes aye ho video dia beto ayi media so some hwe say de ye say no enya ba no nko a nya ba no nko a ahemfofo say omo asa employ Chinese no omo say ti say de omo na yo ye enti say yewura 2025 mu a e wo say ye environmental concerned citizens okay Bombardier dasi obi be busa Bombardier asemu a woko mensum so woko o twe ne ho kakra ayesa de a obusumfo edu kwesi wa ready ada onye ready a obusumfo oba oye ready no abrenke amayen obusumfo ye ti o ofa twum bai na ofa twum oko onsa amra na ebe man space
ofa kwame me dase ma menchia na me ma bonso a se mate owa hininka echia Ghana etiefu nyina Ghana for omuti akwantu radio ewiase afa na nyina echi obibia na emse ofa kwame asema na wo kan me pese me bisa se African Union AU and as ECOWAS omuni regulatory body bia omu na I say omu hwe environmental issues and I say environmental protection all the member states emu na say bia emra nhihye wo ho say bia yemfa ne say galam say yikra Ghana agin nsem ho a Ghana ban entumi nye no then an external body and I say within the African Union also no omohwe say ebia mining activity say koso wo Ghana violate the rules and I say the regulations are to say ebibi memni na kwan efa so edi to agudie ni ebia eba no we emission carbon emission ebia eba no say agriculture you need sa bodies no AU and I say ebibri memu ana because European Union me sure say omo standard every member state bia no comply with. That comes to compliance. You will share no ho and I making sure say who comply with the rules. Gan Africa you need bisa ho. Komikaye osu yesia AU ni AU ECOWAS and so me husum minimum so fa so bia.
You imagine say emrano ho. But the emrano enye juma. And the next saying no reinforcement. Bombardier be say constitution no what say nationally no it's an obligation for the government. So what say environment no protected.
Matthias here, and I make say there should be another supervisory authority. No. Obitimi put the government of Ghana into check. And say environmental protection law, where value na ya revoke membership from the union. Na it be a benefit, corporation, economic benefits via say unyano. Na ya block you.
And kasen komo ye inspection. Na komo ye say report periodically. Say this is what is happening in this country. Just also you take action and sanctions against them.
And maybe say AU no omo was sanction no because enche bia na even fifth calf. I mean found
you pay say wo ho a enke ate wo munka.
Let's just say African Union no omo ntimi ndwin bibia say be hihye e betimi dia hwehwe
aboy national and sana ko sub region ya zanka ru African level but
and the ever say ECOWAS omo ni ene omo ndwin say ye o say ye hihye bi na itimi ede boy ya ho ban hwe enche bia na CAF eye CAF omo inspectors bi ba na omo be say omo say Ghana ye ni stadium a ede be the ede qualification wow bibisa not only limited to the sports and our football. Say so, betimi anya other external authorities bi o metimi aba hwe kwan amosi fa ye mo mining e kwan amosi even cra ye ka sa continental free trade here after here abai say ebia wo de normal ye e ko ebibi mindful for us no e was say biane no eye
Bombardier be gate no say reinforcement association bi wo ho enti wa wo ye environmental concern no e wo say wo call be ye member now ye member na ye put pressure on the group no say the be ya ye be extend ye demands no outside Ghana because I'm say politicians no Mama, he's not giving me any hope as far as friends saying environment no because
and say Osi Mahama and I say Ekufuado.
Oh, one of the and Canadian, but Mahama no ono also ba no the
and I say Mahama yeah and Raya no Azimi office in Tiafina ono so ye hwe ne
pronouncement adia say ye environment ne kese ne mining activities no also ba or say be cooperative mining. Say do be say structure no minim. Inti yesi
me gidi say party no me gidi say ono awo ne hihye ya o de ba be regulate sa mining no. And I would not be surprised if say
was here man
or de hihye ya ebeboa egu akwam because from sitting behind and I say watching from back no ono ehun senia irresponsible mining Ekufuado are supervising. No, I don't think Mahama wants to go and associate himself to such reckless mining. And sure enough,
Ghana Krano, Equania Omu to gold, no. Say gold a Omunyano. Send a rare national coffee. Ubetiana, a Tamia di call a Dubai. They be through Switzerland, they be through Albania, they be through China. And tonight, say, young Moa, yes, citizens, yes, that's an say. And now, a Dianca was a national asset, no. A Kogun Crofo Bibutum. kyerɛ sɛ ɛno
You
koraa no
overquame. Meda was saying, and no, sir, adventure, but me gidi say, I'm buying now, wabano, or she say, yeah, or the Bible addresses, challenges, and I say, loopholes, no. But yen hwɛ near Eda Cecilia, I just say, I'm say, the income, the current administration here, and I say, or more, just recently assumed office, NDC, Nejo Mahama. Yes, say power sector, no. Yan hwɛ ya na ye ba benya power crisis, doom so, eba. Esan is say, Gridco, MPP, Kufuado aban, ni MPP aban di oka $90 million. Omuhia, Edibe refuele, PDA, na magana fanya kania. Nti saa kanon eda ho a omuntu yaye. Ntanene asema ewo ho. Na yinim se energy so ye den. It's like the nerves of the nation.
wonya ka yi dia ubo energy no din dia na kyerɛ sɛ yɛ vita. So
Enti me ebesre me question in say is Abaya Wabe ready to hold officials accountable ana? Because yenimze wate from opposition team oral operation recover all loot. Loot nene se nipa na bokro no ana wafa japadi ana se egudie bi. And it's like adia wafa ena wokwa akwaji wafa mra kwan so amfa no ena wokwa akwaji aba. But Njumayefo aban njumayefo ma yehwe han e kan negligence ama eniema atia oman no. Is John Mahama ready to hold these people accountable ana?
na bombardie obusu for onhwe ni sei saa no a o set up no me hu e say transition na o set up saa de no ohun say wo de ade ma individuals se omo enkoye a wo betu ani no no usiri niema e de akonifi so enti adwuma e wo senka wo ye no akoye sisi akoye private thing enti system no wo run na wo so odwene ho yi because Ghana no ade wo say enkema control zo ba no it's not there because media academy ne say aban bi ba be chenyi over aban a and say wo performance before no also dey mad there wo ba no so steady na say wo say inchirichiri bi mu wo ho a ye fro na be chirichiri mu because si eja wo mu na say wo mu ye na bibia akoye nsumase Ghanaians nim ho hwe na obetie esi nipa no okay otu efiri o man no ohwehwe na enye yi na ye chichira na ye bi gate no e makro no bem so ebe mami ayesi disaster bi ba ya o senka o use hu sika de repair ne ma no o de ni sika ni nyina adwane akotena America
Mami be asem na okay ofakwame
media woni tua se me Ghana nsem no as a matter of fact me
ye vantunche
but napko as BBP say napko as DB na disaster bi e wo senka o mo manage na ye vote scam no watem sika no akotena America we would teach you now what ya would so woman ye responsible so na who was sika to say dien this America was king Elon Musk who said no and to grow to was system no mu was so about between and to say to me ye kakra na ye wo no na say ye to me managing a year and ye besia no ye bebo bobo na de okobo ne ho busia woni bia how are you going to survive?
Yeah, ofakwame say asema okay no so ya hia sempa begidi sempinifo na nkasa so ya aware say intokro ya ye kan e wastage e ba na energy media energy sector ne kra na hia because ohwe John Mahama aban the first administration ade ba ko a opposition no editia ne pa ye dumso ya ade bi a affect no any energy na me say enre ya oba ye no Dumso na eden. Kra osovu you, so osovu Dumso no. Eno Bawumia ne Kufado ma admit say was solve Dumso, Bawumia can say ade a wa koso no say wo solve a emfa embo ho samrane. Enti at the exit no not power energy sector na stable. But enre year was in office no. Dumso na ono akwenti a wa solve no. Asaba betwen ababe that name. Make $90 million and a Gridco Ghana buy a deal. And Tisani Awoka about holes, loopholes, and as a wastage into Krona Wohona, yen to me and gather your revenues. Timemu for enjoy service, power energy services. Nanso and young nana 8 year. And I will be more so or more enjoy. You see, I'm our exemption pay or when you more into a muntia light bill. Ebe stress anka omampini a wabe no betumi to anamo. The wastage in the sense is say overcop efie mu illegal connections. No more mu illegal connections no so nyɛ sɛ o use TV any fan nko an. Omo kra no mutimi waste ne sense ontua enti o use no ɛwɔ kwan bɔne so. Utimi so air conditions. Yanopa kopim anopa. Heat onjari nso nyu or the heater send ye kano water kettle no omu heating so just say deep freezer and kasa obi crack me the cold store fie and if ye cold store all the electricity and all the power in the freezer no untia lead bill and illegal connection ya dey bi as omampinin betimi ama nani akɔ ho a your electrical engineers polytechnic for students here or me electrical engineers holidays omu ni hwe ye nanka ba etimi recruit wo mo na o makọ round enti bia nipa ni free aha na oba ono no onye we busuani anase onte area mu ho wo vacations no mu nkọ round no mu ntimi enye den o mu ntimi nchi wo mo ye illegal connection ya chi wo so anye se bia obi ba be patchel na di wa court e di ko tum you know enti omuntu sa na mo no na emboa na erstwhile administration ministers no energy sector na any other limited to the energy sector and nkwa keke na obi bia out of negligence e dey kabre o man no ananse wajisika wantimi amfanye adwuma no I was say di omo eko court na ye prosecute wo enti we ni nyema me gidi say aban president Mahama to timi tu anamo accountability no ya dia ehun hia Ghana for pa because so hwe aba ye to man no na it tells you say Ghana for knows that there are a lot of hidden agenda and I say there is something hidden within the MPP administration, the Akufo-Addo's government. And for us to see what is actually hidden, no, I will say, so. And that is why Ghana for 12 and a man. And the best friend is say, or making sure that Obama accountability, ayejuma, and putting round pegs in a round hole. And also the idea, Mijidi say, Ebebuano, because utie ministers ni bi kra na say party ni ex ministers ni bi kra na utimu say dodo na no enye interested so me take appointment the ministerial appointment BM because o mahu say enye ejuma senia people think say ye kra ye nominate you say converting na wo kro mufo ne wo ma hene nyina abodom na ye say ye kwa kuja wo kwan say ne say ejuma sika abafie. But this time around, I think say, and that is why I'm saying that the experience comes to play here. Ghana would live to benefit from the experience of John Mahama. Because in Yema na oye den no, this time around, he has seen, say, enya DSO yes and Yemani bim. And see, I think, say, I'm looking forward to see, say, obey that all-inclusive government. As a nye party for nkwana yedi di bremo but you nim therefore nipa o ndo amanyoko so betumi I include wo na be mu na omo ayi dwuma boa think say ebeboa na energy sector no napo and also omudi kan investigating no and PDS and hon sensem Bawumia so ono so it is say I think the Ghana for now are ready to see why the nation was not progressing under Akufo-Addo and Bawumia. And we all know that corruption is a contributing factor the corruption and I contributed to poor performance, and I said the progress and retrogression of the state now. Now I was say you hold those people accountable. One now or involved in corruption. One say juma for now, so no. Need to bring all these people to account. Jova Kwame,
Okay. Mikra Matisse, yes, fuel reserves, no. It's not going to take more than a short period to be. And the answer, yes, one more backcraft, fuel, abo, manumum, yare, finding, you know, and also it's going to take a benya gap to be a petrol home by heading. And the problems in it, what was the problems in the home? Now, it could be say, friend is saying, or no mama, I'm so all common. I'm say, Ujaka Wochiri, and then coffee, as Sufi say, and so Jaka Wochiri, dear, or no, so Ome Kanubi. 80.
I say, over Kwame, any fact be an data to that, say, Uja Eka, away chiri. Me need some information, no. So we be able to me a share.
But what they say, one more year transition. Meaning needs say Ghana for year case. You need auditing system. Bia you did checking government. Bia you be who say some ministry way the performance in it. Just by accident to be na say your house girl be eco first car. And Sanya say
over Kwame, your auditor general dome level. Say na oye juma ema oman na Akufo-Addo eyi no. Ni odi ne ba no wentimi anye juma te say na dome level no. Esa ni say no yes I exposure say ne ka no. Sa o expose niema dream ni kata se hye. Niema sika ense say ko ba bia say ko no. Nyina na o expose sa niema ni.
No, when
Akufo-Addo eyi. It is a about audit. Dia yenya obi na oye sa edwuma no na so Akufo-Addo eyi ne di agine dwuma firi ne nsam eno kra wan famra kwan so na oye
one say we no ye special institutional eni say obi di politics ewremu, but here we are, we have a constitution. Our president no otumi ye di opepia. But when it's a BPI, ye did to me no more president. While cumulative powers a woman no more. Then Ghanaians should think, say, he raise a man no, too much. America for crowd, one would more refining democracy. One would say, powers should not be accumulated on one hand. And a friend is saying, constitutional amendments and also run also because president the powers too much. What the great institutions be the burden
over Kwame what constitutional reform.
I remember say friend is saying Obama buy over visit Ghana. Advice first or the man say we must build strong institutions. And institutions, not as a government to be back, not me interfere. How can it be strong?
And constitutional reform now our boss no so my this idea ne say obehwe normal reform say yebema sitting president be more than 2 terms in office. Yenye 4 terms. 4 terms in office. And I say yeba extended 4 years to say be 6 years. No person should have less than 12 years. No president should have less than 12 years in office.
Yeah,
12 years
no. In this present situation, a wishful thinking, because the president we have appointed now, he has authority on everything. What me yet Ghana, or bet me at Dani Ghana, a monarch.
Yeah, and see, omonche na omonye esani se ofa kwame make us mean him say be move say like I don't get the support of most listeners, and I say fellow
there be a system no they say you be
Esan say
kasa enya dia ye interconnected debate bia but
no, not referring to this platform. Esan say over Kwame, wohwe yen ye hona, wohwe yen ye region ye mainim, the amount of problems, the mess, how the time I require in making things work now. And 4 years so. And 4 years. If you grow there 4 years no crown is even it's 6 years crown. I think that's a year in term no more than 2 terms. Until say about 2 terms, but 6 years, I think say and within 6 years the citizens would know say whether you are on the right path or on a bad path. But 4 years in the Ukraine, yes, let's be honest with ourselves. It's too short.
Too short.
Say currently John Mahama
too short no. Now imagine say first year crowd or destroy Nema. The 4 years will be too long. It will be too long.
Is even transition handing over.
When say checks in you mean control BBA. And is any panel won't pay for more. I will see if you can you better drop no and yes, you better can't copy 4 or 6 years answer. Because either you are going to build or destroy. If you are on the destruction there, and it's here amount of time. But I mean, common sense, no. And it's here amount of time.
And say, or minus so.
Okay, sir.
Nami can say, or minus wa. Why should your time be limited if you are doing something good for the people? I don't know, capitalize it just on the say be a nipano, because it's not about nipano per se. But in Jumo or no ye bo or mano, or man the beneficiary. It is the nipano in the now so here time to do more. Now say you're limiting the time now. And any pan ye didn't know. Your mind you didn't know because
me cousin net in science, you be measurement. Science. All science is about say measurement. And it say government, say scientific. I was say you be measure performance. Because who you fanatic be ma ubia. Now you catch say you will catch Ghana for say on perform more. Why you we? Because that they all on priority list, it could be the last thing to tackle. And this say you measurement be you need system be you measure performance there, and then they will take it for a ride. Me there mean on constitution there to me there and can prepare for because problems won't just say so who reform one come and a friends a foodstuff to near also reform nina. The Kobani sense of money a constitution it say and your obligation say abide or share environment so. But this very abide no more destroy environment. Where do we go? One no could to me. One no here soldier force. Say a forestry for so one the report to qua. Say a beka could ruin him. One no be decide what to do. And
your me the man we see na yenhwe na onua bi so embra.
Okay, so obi any bibie sabo sonfo yen fa di odi so omra wai. Akwasi why ready out me rem. Enko waso of brania by on ka was na might na yo occupy. Abewa, are you there? So what you can do? Ut me on local na.
Mama, everything kakra me baso.
Yo, NDC chairman, Madrid. Okay. You know why you're busy. Bombardier so akasa bia one here still ya or so come enti one here person okasa it me be okasa because I question why you busy radio to the children say that's why you ding But what you met me at DB to us one.
For coming, I say.
One one.
Na minia obsonfo eka years na de ma governance no 4 years no na obsonfo kansa ke man 6 years because on say the all can me dwene ho say on say leadership bo ho no ma oba the ntutie no etimi utimi so wo ya ade ko wo ya ade ati say ade wo ye no I was like emre etiwo nanim mo emalitimi ye kodu ba bia ke beboa 4 years die since abayi kura yatu so opanyin woni 4 years o opanyin die susu oni fi nan o oni fi nan me ji say emfi pa wo pa emfi miensa because emfi ba ko akare kokoto aba no ni na ye campaign o mo sha say ye ohun wo mo nsire nye active bia hwe kro no ehwe oman no say the oman say ekose because ayesra no mo dwere say ye sababa e to aba biem na say de enguso ntraso yen beto aba biem enguso ntranti say ma ne mfie sia say obosofo chie na dwene wo chie wo de na dwaba to sisi ya abi me wo kan so ma hwe no so a say obi ba no na obi ba no ya na ga ma ne mfie sia no say yen ne mfie na nyi so kura o man ni 33 million na emu the way you infrastructure ni say die ma wo enuma esi fire basa wo form na wo ba be super joma na ase obubu o man na enfie miensa ni beto aye ye wo hwe ko bu enfie miensa de che say ye punish one ka say do be say ko no zo one ka say obubu de ko ye punish enfie miensa na nkra ha ye
na owa hene oni me ba onim sɛ efie miensa na wo kan sa akra no esose efie miensa o efie miensa zan sɛ because ohwa si a wa be no ebe take ne be sa afe baako ama odi a ne ministers ni bibia na watimi asete watimi aiden wasete aye ready a prepare sa afe na me ba be den akọ and ebe take be say almost 8 to 10 12 months. Ansa na ne wo ka no so ye no kre enye tisi abato afimu pe obia akwakọ ye campaign parliament okra ye nko ministers obia is there nti ohwa is like almost 2 years and onya and as mfie nsia no so no anka ebe save ye 2 years of distraction yemfa ne se Kufuor ba ye na anka mfie nsia ntem ye hu se papa yi fi ni kutre yem fi ni obetimi ya abo aye ya anka after the first term no yetu no anka 2 years na wodi esadi enya no ya save no ene ya ma aban a oba to aso why ni
mami mpama no
yeah
media de mi hu ni say 4 years no kra no elections ayeye no ohun say bisia on election year no ye period bia ye waste skadi ye campaign pa enso say ebaste wa wo be win bia no e ka wo boy no e wo say wo tumi recover so wo recover nti so okobo besia free china so okoye edenyo akoye die mebia efoso no mo ye ne mebia wompene because any say na me ma obesia en ma uba power there I was saying a way be no you have to pay me back through say obema me contract bi and I say obema me certain concessions bi and the system no emwayen
over
mene waba
me na de na obosomfo mu ken na me ka kakra on se o consider sa na ma we nyina ma ban bia e je wa consider corruption say yeah, okay if it's there emra na ya say 4 years enu bia na America bodi bo mo man enu bia over Spain ha ya to about 4 years enti no obi on ti me for 4 years enye Ghana no obi answer no so me dia konwa so And then they would do 6 years no and government in power koraa na wo say ono no de 2 years or the 1 year no nyina ye campaign no government in power you don't need to show us anything as I say unyuma why for previous administration numa no ekasa ma tie numu na ye hwede to abama government in power no opposition na ye campaign enti no so wono so utimi jai 1 year mo nyina de be ye campaign dia I just wonya hwe na mo wo be sika ti government de unyuma ene ye hwe odo ye sie so a na so akofo ado ba yi se o tena so 6 years na nka fe 6 years no obo modern edi ebrebre ye ni so na ye san atoma no ena aka ne 6 years bi anka ne ya ye kese aka ne 2 years ansa na wawie so enti no 4 years no me say eye okay na amamo de ete say adronum so adro beje wa eye e friends e kakra bi nti sa amamo no mo pese o mo ye ni ya o mo nya ne sa America mo nya ne se Spain o mo nya ne se France o mo nchichem fama ye friends e no a local government no obi enya ne president no develop no area na aba no nya adwuma kakra bi nye na aba no nya adwuma bebre se bibia hye ne nsa no aye ne sa obede na wa man pe wati ma hwe babia enti on chiche on decentralized governance no mfama obi a wo ne krom no obi a hwe ne kro so e ba sa ono no 4 years no enye be ensua e be boa ma ono atima aye de so ye nyina di over me si obi de opa kasa me da se
o suggestion no and the woman is say say ye bi anke wo development plan bi a ya plan say these are the targets e wo say government no ba obeya and no dey wo check here very simple but here we are or the manifesto neighbor and no ba betutu apa so enti 4 years no and my say but the fact is say 4 years no dey and they say woba na putting his government in place na another term on so was ye ni campaign otumo say wo absorb 4 years no absorb bia kama effectively no ABC 2 years and I say 3 years which is not sufficient so but se nipa no wo bad wo perform no na the performance no moi say especially vital areas no moi uma eduane ntumi nye affordable wo man no mo and I say house in your problem and I say a friend is saying me dear friend am in fan kan hu ama am for ho kire wo mo the people are not working and one they say we square na afi wo hwe kwa na obefiri wo man no mu or say woman was certain competency bia ni pansa eni say ko me study China enye bibia o China ne say they acquire knowledge and know-how so enti ensane ye dwuma unlike ye de no we be free school ba onye productive wo ba as an individual student our pass out isenka ye ma wo mo project kura wo school ya enka wo mo free school ya ko mo bitumi abeto aso na ko wonya finances be develop wo mo talents and I say wo mo project bi but it's not like that me any say ye discourage but we say wo mo ye nyina ti ase say we have a long way to go now a long way to go no start somewhere and one say yem build systems are between amagana etua na mo but when we say ade no dada no na go no yes I recycle no there we are not doing good for ourselves
over there na me can say ye ka say 4 years so mfie de in fact almost obi 10 years kura no me say John Mahama wa be di 4 years pepe wa John Mahama ba betwa only 4 years in fact the enti akofo ado na amamuo na ye tantanta nyina ne say John Mahama 4 years pe niam bi a amanfo hu say na Ghana enye heaven there but niam bi o mu hu say oba kakra kura no ode ne nan sisi so a na oye ekyerɛ sɛ 4 years wo ka kyerɛ me sɛ yɛntumi mfa nyɛ hwee a sɛ no nti na yɛayɛ constitution no sɛ so wotwa saa 4 years no bi na sɛ akwanya wɔ hɔ ma wo a wotumi san go another 4 years so ahu na wode atoa so enti no ɛyɛ 8 years ɛnyɛ only 4 years gyɛ sɛ woammɔ mmɔden deɛ a na yɛtotia wɔ a fine John Mahama ne case ni ne sɛ that time no na akɔyɛ te sɛ yɛwɔ nhari bi a yɛhia Akufo-Addo atena akyire akyɛ Ghanafoɔ consider biribi sɛ o sɛdeɛ amamuo no si teɛ no yɛma Akufo-Addo medi bi because papa no so onyini na in fact sɛ Akufo-Addo so ɔni akonnwa saa time no a nka ne next year no na wanyini eti no ɔmo try
Betty Bishop
ɔmo try error bi na ɔmo try ɛna ɛyɛ sɛdeɛ ayɛ yi nti na ɛma na ano abafoɔ
no say yɛma Akufo-Addo 2 terms but me deɛ me can say error bi wɔ hɔ error na wɔ hɔ ne sɛ Ghanafoɔ tɔ generators because energy supply no was a problem for appliances breaking down
what was that you offer and until I make us a hobby error no tie so yeah you wɔ ha nyinaa you wɔ kanea wo yɛ fie no sɛ electrician ba hɔ so ɔbɛyɛ alteration a light no nyinaa so obɛdum no nansa na watima solve it that time na we are na yɛ solve problem enti na ma light no na edum no na nya Mahama akyɛ da so odum light ma Ghanafoɔ ada so mu kyɛ sɛ ɛhɔ no na amanfoɔ communication no an go through amom na ɔmo fi sɛ dum so was incompetent instead of competence say I don't know before a dan wusi dan o dan o tini say yes ba be renovation obedi matra ho say dudu ye yi ufiri ho na ya ma dan no ya yemu adwuma mfuturo ni ade but so obo modern na utumi endure that situation no kakra bia at the end of the day no obehu say na problem na solve once and for all enti no John Mahama ne dum so a mo kan ne nyina nipa da so kan dum so nipa nyante ase sa no that is our one problem a Ghana won say da ben ya adwene be ya adwuma say saa time no na ye solve problem bi nti na enye dum so say wa create dum so because dum so no so enye John Mahama nko an de ba Ghana tama na kofo mu nyina ho na dum so ho ba onu mo ne bra so ekese de man ye kese ne say they were solving the problem nti problem no solve a untumi ma kanea nyina so solve kanea problem kanea bia o pese uye hu adwuma ti se udum kanea no but Ghanafoɔ na nte ase at that time ɛna na enye dum so nko a hwɛ nurses and trainees allowance any teachers training allowance
no ma say answer na abekɔ no gina hɔ kakra tio if you have energy problem now person wo solve a wo feel say intelligent say wo be crack gas and they produce electricity abra da ye to me mama fama no see ye source cheap and they produce electricity because a movement bia no ye source of electricity now wo crack gas ne bo no on international market no ne bo den na they produce electricity. Who is intelligent?
I don't know our system no match. Enti aban bi ba be so mu ne na sa system no na wo hwa e ne kine ya no ontimi nsesa no just otoa so na wo pesa solution new solution na ebebo ama ya yeden yenya sa energy ya wo sa your friend is saying solar energy no ne ka wo mu before betima set up no uhia capital mu edru ba na mom so ebrebre now yes ade no wie dia buy forever because energy no na friend renewable energy no what was that enti no ehia sika ji so ye more investment enye simple as abc so enti no tetede no ye ntontwene ye ena na ye machines no a na ye de no a ye nsuo no ma kane ano ba no na ye mre aye dada esese ye sesan bi ho na dum so no
say unimu say umamu When you sunlight no free 12 hours per day on rendezvous, rain or shine. One could say they see and prepare. Now one fat and prepare be and produce electricity. Now this who can say any that perform
offer says 4 years no. Ah, yeah, the two but so they per se de ecosuans and when year there for 4 years and not just a opposition focus and menusa and you dika. If you say Sa Juma we ya ye kind of hano. And yet 4 years adio a process.
say continuity, governance, almost say continuity.
Abamba invested for so many years. Into University of your friend is University ne Wosunyano. Your friend of Renewable Energy University. And Nuntino Musisa University no. Etino a what a be produce graduate ya. Or mobet me now before who produce graduate now. Who say here's the car, or made by research you, yen produce graduate no just empty handed and not or more produce no.
More course no almost say there should be a establishment to be a one more tenny, you know, and that's a project or more tenny, it's a renewable so no to see a waste now or more the gas and nominate maniama.
Of Okwa Ghana says ya open who say Chrome your friends ye wo bebre panel yi bebre wo ho a omo na ye omo ye Ghana for na e de ye practical so bebre wo ho sa o and no so kese sa de but omo de bia ye practical buy so uhia money into it omo here investors
one more cra a solar panels no na omo ahihye na omo de ye chemi
yes sa binum wo ho a enye Ghana ho na omo produce sa because one say aba fresh asua nyino sa bre no before a wobetimi a produce o panel wo Ghana ho no as I say wadi kan nim hyehyɛ saa ye process nti na make us ye mfa 4 years enye saa de no enti no wonu hia temporal solution na odi benya kan ye begina so o gina so wie no a wanya bibi because niam na wo bɛyɛ no nyina ye de kan na ye o enti no yentimi nyina so mu nye kan adwuma as I say wonya kan a wo de be produce kan a saa na na etie enti no sɛ de na ye ma John Mahama pressure at that time no enti na ma Akufo Addo buy so but bibia no a ye no mom de for me any some of us no na ye wa adwene say no it was solving method na ye dey solve sa problem no temporarily na nka John Mahama mo ye no omusi ato abo gas sa gas no e wo ho no e boja e ma ye mframa omu lay pipes across the country so many places said e be yanka ye kra e be supply country foforo gas so enti no bibia ye nkakrakra just abai we no bana so no so ameto saa de no so a na yaboka e ho na problem no wo no nti said ye omudi dum so to abati John Mahama no any measures bi odi gu akwa me ni measures bebre na mani je ho te say program bi te say nursing training allowance any teachers training allowance ye ntwam ye nsesa na ye mfanye loan scheme famo mo no why not omaya ye kobosin abo ansa na ye si toilet sa oman no e chesika ama student na brojira akura no ho na e ko teachers training a ye manisika nurse ni ben e wo ha o se ye pianika
titi time no na koko kura support ye me can history kakra chro any say kane no de na Ghana na ye wo minerals bauxite no ne gold no de keka ho na koko so na population no so dalo na ye hia sa trainees ma o mo be equip your hospitals ne bi enti to attract nkrofo so mo nkoye no ye tua o mo ka enti when they pass out no ma feel certain positions be but the economy ni true baby na say yentimi a ye betumi a loan system is good America America no cry no loan system for students. And you know there me no ya adwene na say
some of the things Emma John Mahama lose at that time senka onunu nya kwanya na onya another 4 years e kan 4 years no ho enka we pie ni nyuma so because of You see, Rome was not built in a day. And in Ghana, na ɛwɔ hɔ no a, but the metre ne say, ɛyɛ dɛ na ɔman a yɛ no, yɛpɛ sɛ yɛsi school dan a yɛkɔgye bosea. Na saa school no yɛsi yɛyɛ no nyina free. How? Saa school no a awofoɔ no tua nkakra ma yɛn na yɛnya bi na nka at least ɛnɔɔso koraa yɛbɛtumi di asɔkɛte saa school adan no. Ɛde bɛ service at the moment ya. Until sɛ yɛbɛgyaa bosea bɔtwoo wɔ mmerɛ a yɛn kɔgye bosea ansa na yɛayɛ nneɛma no.
It is a office feeding program. No, omo be ne den, omo be demand
I think this
participation.
abano say on stakeholders on awofo on nipa bebrebe consultation about it. Nti they will see what they can do about it. But free education no there said the city no sa na beka. Be aduane.
Education no there separate from free feeding no.
Aha, nti ɛhɔ na bia na ɛno so nya ba mu a nipa no bebrebe yɛ ɔmo adwene sɛ yagye ɔmo sika. Saa na Ghana no tie. Sɛ o san kɔfa sɛ aduane yɛde ma ɔmo free dada na nnɛ o say ɔmo ntua aduane no ka. They will tell you say yeah no.
But friends say the quality of food I did man kolano. I just say so obey DBA. One system be a bet me are protecting against Yadio.
Ghana no
Because
one say politician no be anyone a bako school no bio. Politicians no more hard. Omo man ko bio. Omo man nyina omo na pe school papa on the banoko. Enti that no omo ye hu dede ya mo aduane no. Enya aduane bia na ede aba akwala no. Just say omo consider and say bi kura no ko school dada no nya bi ni na ode ya ma we ya. That is how it is. Nti sa na Ghana no tie. I say obi kura ko school. Me say me ko school offer. Ma nya mpapo an said that. Say me say shoe ko school da ma nya bi da. Me mpapo bi wa chale wate. Anti no and no obi timi bisa me say abai kura timi mo montare na say wa breso no nanka. But I don't care about that. And until na ma bia me kura me force me.
Aba say one more ehia one puto no yebe mo didi free na one more ebetumi support one more man so ya mo atua
and na all kind of platform is will be say we don't have the system to check. How can you and then a friend governance no aban your oba no say me be we are. The thing is I can even identify them. And no na say me dance on aban back no. So now if there is no system, I will have the system because the system have to be put
Spain for any problem. Or more, Wi-Fi, no, Wi-Fi, no, akoye de oho. Any yenhwe. Yenyampany for kama aba. Bibi. So bet me on loco ho na waba. Ayesa wa ready to say abedi so akasa kakra. Nti your friend is saying patrons why ready me bio said the beya also bet me abemu patron there no am say makomia wrong thing no let me patron baby patron baby patron and the patron out to me bem so a friend is a bibi ready patron ye tio say the Ghana ye run new governance ye de a friend is a ticket number urei say why agent 008 and 007 license to kill ye the mano the person the Ghana could be out when they call and is all advice. And I said you see back present in no one some car. Eat you. It's wrong.
Yo, and I made that once. I'm submitting many more questions. The way I meet you, why?
Kake, I want to mean Kasakura. Okay, you. You, Mati, Yatin. Yeah, can will be our ready, no. Abe, you can come in. Inti Abe, Bibi Niwa, with me about them.
Yeah, well, for Kwame, you have power, so you are just using the power anyhow.
Do you think I'm using it anyhow?
You've been given power like mama, so you just using it anyhow.
But this is a fact. I didn't give anything to Mahama. Ghanaian decided to give him all the powers in the country.
Like Papa Smiley has given you now. And you are locking people, those you like, those you don't like me. You just lock me anyhow.
I don't lock people. I don't lock people.
Hey, money swine, well.
Abe, so the contribution be a Fabrani because they say there either we build or we break because baby I drone. Hey, traps are one diama away.
Billy was raising Sandu. Maybe before he wants to suck something before I drop any bomb. Billy was raising Sandu.
Okay. I came out. So person Kasai. Spain of Spain. Nanuensi.
Hey, over. Now long. Let me catch my mina. You know, cat there.
Over Kwame, see, I told you.
Bebio. Now, oh, Kasa. Bebio.
Over my way, me say, your brother say no, the phrase just no, the review, beba. Because no, and happens, government we know expenditure no ebe kosoro. Odo abano say, abai expenditure no was run to better should be, but this one another year a woman say. Free first tertiary students almost yedika promise you no so be ho aduma
Meaning say can operate the haircut buy and crofo savings in or attack no mo de mo ba be cut in such a way say niema aban no ntumi no na ye twa so na bibi sa want me feeding crofo bra parents no participate nti we decide so betwam ana so ntwam.
That's right.
Some allowances are Yama and Colay Nessie, woman, we are no Masako UK, no money, you know, and also be home.
I know they are buying John Mahama or your campaign of our car once and says, I don't know they are not, or ya or coy and Bob at was. And no, obey it or say, and until or upgrade sir, your friends, I know. Colleges of education, no apps, degree level, no, ama or more to me, anya. Sa low scheme no to say university for the low no pepe. So why upgrade you almost no muntimin last low no so. Now omun na be at the university na if an out be say obi a Cape Coast ono no di loan e de koni school or tira ono so be teacher obi a Winneba ono so di loan but obi a mampon and as your friends St. Monica no ono no e allowance wa my home for 4 years omun be teacher for. Meanwhile, we no cramp on a degree. Are it is a banzi yenina, ya upgrading munina, obia ni loan, a quad homo pia, obet margin. I
percentage interest rate.
Interest be an over school crash when you do my untia. Sana, John Mahama kind, or so you school now when you teacher ni impose to untia as a loan, not that.
Until say, a woman revenue. Asana, and one big Daniako.
I'm rather because a honor na yema obibe guarantee no and nintina na mo here garantano. By now the government was saying say it's no un garanta because so a bad garant system no a baby problem obi o obi amani guarantee man. But I think say that's about one way or the other. No, I bet my measures are through any loan be as Gabia.
Propose to be me because saying it today is easy. Propose to be me
In fact, me government official.
Hono.
Oh, me say offer. Say one mama asem na mbeka. Me say me government official. But here is the case. Oh my me and our papa there. We know them. Auntie say, wa ubeje sad no a wanya juma Ghana. Obeko ayine sa o parent no bia so wo your friend saying senator you be a benefit bia you better no. And I think about one way or the other no betima ye any small measures be out be protect this
Omo a yebetumi a ewura wo account mu no yebeyo.
Yes, wait me there. And anya obi aso na be free Ghana. Nya obi a na betu kwa ye obebre be ye adwuma.
Okay.
Nchova. I know there.
But one thing is, yeah, no France, yeah, your friend BB, numerous close. The Chinese say, profession piano, you was, you compile statistics, every to do a year, period. And they are training so nipa. And the training necessary, woman, we train what the nation needs. I said, "Yeah, we are not yet. Do my shishi."
Of teacher needed so busy or person call you teaching unto me and Shamra man say you hear teacher for 10 pen I ever form. But you be my training. Just say I buy no be I do obey my form or form. Timama cano there, private schools so a binum crabby or more school.
Oh, now I said, since a woman say, Ube produce teachers. Schools no ebiniho. Na woman sabe ye be a friend unemployed graduates e Ghana. Won bo class ati association. Ya bo huka. Ni abo muka ahwe wo mu. Na wo mu de they are not ready cry say wo mu be change. But ade no wo mu kosua ye no ehu eyi no wo. Sa crofin cry no wo mu ye. They can adapt themselves to other professions or mining here. Na unemployed graduate ni ma business ahwe no kan ho.
Azuma na any o man no nyese teaching no mo kotu na abro so se bebre no okoye general course no a eno ade na ade be kire. In fact, oko schools bebre mu a omo near teacher for Ghana ho. Oko nkura na ase bebre a omo teacher ni ba akopɛ on the hwe classroom be me ensa so. Enti no school no de aman say obo modern na all the omo apost to omo obenya omo. One the more ultimate post or muzakwala no or yes student no what yaneka one man allowance free okodu yinua sikana sa ultimate post no because ultimate yaneka and you falling to pay slip so sana identity no other way around no also omre no go school no ko wi aye fan na it says gana yaneka think away as simple as ABC but
me another problem yo one was Ghana no minim say for a long time time no grammar school ukosua brofo ne achuro no ne nkuntebu wuni skill bia o utri ye na wonya technical school bia na say vocational school called dia ene wunwie no na wunim bibi yo so na ukofa sa general education na wuni mu hwie de wuni mani obi krom kasa na wotumi kan kakra na sa wa fa kusua ensa no adwuma bi ana profession bi ti se yi bi a na wotumi say on the road no na say wotumi antoa so a na che say nyame apata o ba be problem o
a technical school no there okay no na the best na say
me who China for kwala at the MCC kindergarten level say the level say woman who say e wo say ye training kwala no say the be ya won betumi use wo monsa say
ya bia abedia ya obo okase stem bi no mo so mo ye no say omo so mi and that is way to go because the nenu sa school I corner the question for ne masua theory nkwana no practice no there. At the end of the day, no experience. I think obia or ye Ghana ni why master degree, why ye PhD, yes only experience. PhD you know there no more no a project I think what was secondary school was yakra. What's your medical device or more education structures far better than Ghana. Cote d'Ivoire for or far better than Ghana. But however, Cote d'Ivoire no a war honor. Or more education not to say France the now can know or more similar because or more no one that say obi kura kwa Africa school kakra bi or beba no conference say you now go to Ghana what could secondary school for people or Ghana muntimi English why the education no said o mu si ye no hono omo wie me brother bi anoko you know or a science student secondary school no muntimi anaso no college say no kura for JSS no muntimi ye nido omo ye nido ne nneɛma nketenkete bi omo yɛ samana omo de BF no de frafra nneɛma na omo de ayɛ nku a omo sra ntina Cote d'Ivoire for omo po ho bebrebe no because omo produce saa nneɛma nyina wɔ ho at the student na omo yɛ nkwala sa nti from omo ko secondary school no ko no omo ni student omo de ko no raw because bi a obɛyɛ bia no at least omo wɔ ho practicals
you training into entrepreneurship
for long time ago over
good.
What the one ni no mo who rabija kuro no mu a farm na da ho no a student na ye farm no oduru omo obrodo bi e frɛ ho anyama na wo hwɛ farm e da ho a ne kɛse no be so ache sunwan kuro utimi hu afuo ne da ho saa no omo ya agrek fo ne ko ye saa de no student no omo si agrek no enti no we Cote d'Ivoire for omo omo nim che Ghana for so many things but o kana da man for beka so da bi no bia because ye tena border town ye kuro be Cote d'Ivoire pa anti ye busuafo wo Cote d'Ivoire mu mo anti ye hu omo system no more than Ghana because Ghana is say ye go school Ghana but already omo no omo kwala no koba enkura na ebe ye de ho no an omo ko mu school na ewa kura na ase ho na ba ye ne omo nyepe omo ni ma de chen aba
Yes, matter also call register on could train you.
Oh, sir, me come say no na omo wa
Biti free Kennedy Japan no say ye pay a qualified missionary worker and now mechanical worker. Most of them come from Togo, and the baying you ma one kind because in kind no is extending.
And no there offer. And no Daniel Manoa or more can ye be beat to say that POP style binum. In fact, a banning son numa say Ghana ni fan and some pampa one and as if I no Cote d'Ivoire for no my uncle day. Because the any street. Yeah, the any street lad make education back or more education structures. But a ban of street life carpentry and near market and get the Cote d'Ivoire the one go school or won't mean ya back or I mean go school be up. I mean near my meeting them entire dozen. But Cote d'Ivoire is or no the uncle school dia or no what crazy.
That's who would you say normally in Kawunya school support to thank you also so
Michian will face and car and on my different so go school na utia na ye mount a background why ye theory practicals no ube who said na mount nim dear more enti unim adena ye hose no ye akonya no me kra me background ma bebesia carpentry 2 months bi na e ho na me kra niam no bi ana me ye no organa mete ase e wo kroma enti no e tira wo say ye kra no say twa bedside empa na e da so no na ne tenten no na ye nim bi enti ane tenten yes a yes da bia ye kwa adwuma eno asa na e say twa no so enti frame na ye no mpoma ye ya senti akonwa ye ni say enti no ukọ school no dia ye tiro the reason why ye say twa no sa eno na ye different enti nka school no dia okay
ye free be apprenticeship Ghana crime ebi wo ho sa enti wo mo alternative wo mo ko crisis na wo mo wo ayi master bi nsem so I just say one school no the Germans are doing that I just say
Gamma agro action
Yeah.
School binum sa. But is
Yeah.
it President Mahama so baba yeah no more.
Okay.
National Apprenticeship Program.
Obi are ready say obeji mic na omra na one presenting on it. Abi are ready so obekasa
Well, Kwame, you talk, you talk. Now that you are tired, you say, Biniwa, you everything you say, Mama say is coming to do it. We are looking at you people.
I want the campaign message, you know.
Okay.
On the manifesto. Man, Mahama from 2020 election, People's Manifesto. No, it was say National Apprenticeship Program. A bay free, oh, Juma, it is a Okosina high, no, a free. A man never found Hokajina. It you some manifesto, Nina, that's valid to the current manifesto. Nina Baya Juma, Mama has promised, and that's the meaning, no. Ono di kan ho crash or ba no or bembeje with secondary school na nkasa won ko sini ba be fufu
na enti won't win your board employ educhum
na do tum no hana so ye good ma do mahama onye good bia enti no nya body would employ.
But Biniwa, hold on. So, do you think you have somebody better than Educhum in the education sector?
Why not?
In your party?
Is just a man.
So, mention one person.
I don't need to mention anybody. I will mention John Mahama. Why? Because
okay, let me go on.
Okay.
You see, Kwame, look. Biniwa was saying, Mama will cancel this, Mama will cancel this, Mama will cancel. It is not a cancellation. You see, when you are taking a decision on some of these things, there is something we do in business or management called costs benefits analysis. All the programs which you want to undertake, including those ones which are left behind by this useless government, which is just gone. You have to subject all the projects to what we call cost-benefit analysis. Unfortunately, it is predominantly used in the public sector because the public sector, you don't provide certain services or you don't provide most services on profit basis. So you provide these services because of the benefits or the costs, cost savings. Either it will give more benefits or cost savings to society. And those type of services are what we call public goods. You have to provide them, like police, like education, and so on. So your cost-benefit analysis is to see or enable you identify better services for that particular service if you have to provide it. On the other hand, you do cost-benefit analysis to enable you think through how cheaply you can provide that service or how much cost you can save. And when we say cost here, obviously you need money to provide those services. You need money to provide those services. So you think of various ways to produce them or provide them at a cheaper cost. That is on the cost side. On the benefit side too, you look at how maybe you can generate a little revenue towards providing that service, even though you are not doing it for profit, but you can generate a little revenue towards that. So the cost and the benefit will be in the form of both what we call tangible flows or intangible flows. something you can touch, or something which are just ideological. Okay, so let's say police service. Do you understand? We all know we have to provide police service. So that government should have to pay for the service. And in the first place, the government has to make sure that if the whole Ghana, we need 20,000 policemen and women, you are costing for the 20,000 policemen in Ghana. Anything more than 20,000, you don't need it. It's going to cost you more. So as we saw in the past government, people are just boasting. They are just boasting that we've pumped our members into the police service. So if the police service was supposed to have 20,000 people, they've pumped another 20,000 simply because they belong to the political party. So whether we need it or we don't need it, they are pumping the money, they are wasting our money. So those people who are saying, oh, they came, they didn't even fix that, we are party members, we are full soldiers, you see the consequence of that stupid decisions they took? Kenneth Japan can come, or have fixed all my people in the police service, in fire, and so on. They don't care. And the leader in charge too doesn't care. To him, his job for the boys. Meanwhile, it is destroying your budget.
Na Mibo.
Yes.
Many say, sa office here oka ho asemi. Be integrated into Ministry of Finance and say planning and economic planning and say Hinepa. And as a government of a president's office.
Ofakwami, police. I just used one example of the police service. It can be any other service.
Just a intergovernmental institution be a woman. They advise ministries, you know, say ministers, say they be me, I'm asking say. It should be a state institution.
Well, you are confusing yourself. You need what police does, don't you?
Sure, we need for order.
We need it for order. So you need everybody to go there into the police.
At least what you say, if we have certain institutions be almost steady, they will come out to say,
well, we have not reached there. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the police service per se. The government of the day, as part of its budgeting process or its fiscal expenditure, will size up the whole Ghana and say, I need a police force of 20,000 police force. You budget for them, you cost everything, you cost for their pension, everything. So when somebody, a party member says, oh, I'm bringing 10,000 people because they are party members, you don't want it because it's going to double or quadruple your budget. You haven't budgeted for that. Even though we need police service, we don't need unnecessary number. Simply because they are party people. But that is what we did. That is what MPP led by Akufo-Addo did. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry is being pumped into the police, is being pumped into the fire service, into every rubbish. That is the cost side. The revenue side, this is where some people, it has become like internally generated funds. Do you understand? Internally generated funds, maybe there are certain services the police service provides that we can get small revenue from there. Maybe they protect foreign embassies or foreign service, or they provide companies and so on. So if the whole police service is going to cost let's say 100 million cedis. And we are generating this service and say, oh, maybe we can get like 2 million cedis out of it. Do you understand? So it means out of the 100 million we are spending, we are getting some small flows of 2 million. So we are not spending all the 200 million. We are spending only 98 million. And you have to put processes in place to make sure that you realize these revenue flows and cost flows. All these things will be added up to our fiscal policy, our budget. But for Kwame, this is not what we do. They don't care. Keno Forata will go and take loan.
Meaning say, we don't know. And I say, we are not learning. We are not trying to improve our system.
So all the MPP people holding PhDs, holding MBAs, and so on, they don't know this.
They pretend to know, but
yeah, that is what I call the knowing-doing gap.
Yeah.
So this is what for coming. This is one example. So among the changes, Mama, we are expecting Mama to bring. These are all the things. And I've given you one example of one service we have to provide. I can go on, and so for if Mama wants Ghana to work, if Mama wants to make savings or maximize our revenue streams, this is the sort of analysis it should subject every sector to. And you ask the right question. Does it mean MPP who were boasting, were telling us they are the most intellectual in the land, they are the most educated because their grandfathers, stupid grandfathers, took them to school and didn't take other people to school? They could not do this. So if they could not do this, we are looking at NDC. The thing is not math. It is not math. It is not drumming and dancing.
Drumming and dancing is in the Ashanti region.
You are from there. If they get you, they say you this Abrafo, you Abrafo people. The people who have painted all themselves, a holding knife, dead knife, say they are Abrafo. Do you understand? So, Kwame, this if you want to bring discipline, that is why Oyibo is discipline. That is, look, as for them, Kwame, every budget they hand down to you here, America, Germany, France, the budget they gave you, if they gave you a budget of, let's say, 150 million budget, they expect you to put process in place to save like 50 million out of that budget. To save 50 million out of that budget too. That is what we call efficiency savings. So it means you have to review the way you do things, you have to review the processes, you have to, so that you can achieve that 50 million out of that budget.
Now and then, watch out my personnel and
you give it back. You give it back to whoever gave you that money. You give it back. If it is Department of Health, you give it back to the Department of Health.
And they will
if it is the Department of Transport, you give it back to them, because next year when they are going to reallocate your budget, they will factor that savings into it. Or what some people even do is, if you save 50 million out of the 150 million, next time they will add maybe another 5 million extra to your budget. You understand? And you see the mentality you have, and give it to whom? In Ghana, this is how they do it. You see black people never will do things and give it to whom?
The girlfriend is probably
this is how they do it in Ghana. In Ghana, when they give you budget of 100 million, the people, the managers in the organization, let's say the fiscal year is, let's say, from January to December. They make sure that if there is money remaining before December, that is the year end, they'll make sure they spend the money even on unnecessary things. Because they say that if they don't spend the budget, next year they will give it back to them again. So they will take it from the money they will give. So they will chop the money on unnecessary things.
End of the year, and that's a home with the
Exactly. So they will go and buy flowers. They buy unnecessary things because, like you are asking me to give it to. But Oyibo dear, they have a way they will deal with you well.
And that is governance, you know, have a lot of work to do. If we do the work,
you think government is just talk?
If we do the work, implementation is another thing. So, one more politics, mono. The one say, Uska. Who idea will be to me?
Empty fires. Empty, they don't know anything. About 80-something% don't do. Somebody goes to finish like this. This small boy, he's 34 years. If you read his profile, he's got 2 master's degree. He's got a bachelor degree, and I read that he's doing his PhD. The only work he's done as a public relations officer with one of these organizations, public relations officer. And he was deputy local government minister. He has no experience. He doesn't know what the whole thing is about.
No, but Abi, we have technocrats working in the ministries. And these political appointees who take up political positions. And if the person is well advised, he can perform as a minister.
No, who will advise him?
The ministries, make us a friend.
No, who will advise him?
Principal, a friend is saying near you for no. Woman technocrats.
When you are made a minister, you direct these so-called technocrats. So if you yourself, you are empty-headed, what would you use to direct them?
You can't direct somebody who knows more than you. Who better to the crowd? Maybe starting Ghana na Minister CBI a Ponti Omo. Omo for woman him hoshi. Enti woman must speak, no moki cancer more out say. They are ignorant.
Exactly. So like that chairman. So that chairman is your boss. What do you think that man can tell you?
Anyway, Yama break kakra.
Okay.
Ibiaba.
Let me leave you. Go.
But who say come Nalandi? So we were on my unya kwankasa ya. Ansana kwabnaba. Nipa grow bet me on you too. Na orium. Yes, idea the mic no macabre. Say, oh, Baby Tutu, Abidi Okika in ego. Come now, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Hey, Africa for Molana to go. I want to
of America line, it's a be an baby will be war. If you are not on no more position, no moon to your base. I've been on my back.
afei na
over.
so free ho okay yeah also them say enya o my penny foforo if some microphone and to me perform unity papa obai your money license to kill agent number 008 your friend of mine
Oh, over.
professor yeah hey mama natadie no me hu say oni tailor for no ye munyi ni say ona na design adi o
Over. Say, man, penny for problem. Say, man, penny for problem. Say, say, a ninka so. Enti akonya na nya so bia papa akonya na nya asante hina akonya de mukwa ya ni mukwa ba ebi be kwa bebi aba enti we nya de bi ah
o recognition a oni akufo ado wono a o fi say papa e obetumi ame ya audit akufo ado
I don't want to me audit ne say ne wona ne onyango fa no mfa say ofa akufo ado adi aban sika enze say o twena so saa na mahama
Daddy odi
wanye
o
na
man sika na ban sika odi o man sika
o man sika ne aban sika ni nyina ya de ba akọ
it's
aban ne
not
yo
the
man
same it's not the
difference na of any
same
difference
you
woman na
know maybe your friend Ghana and I am
of
administration ni be here so for certain period of time
the
now
administration is
certain
sika na ehwan sika over administration is sika na ehwan sika
administration no Debbie
ni
too
sika na
much
ehwan
me would mami nchiro mu nchiro na administration no otumi de Ghana din kobo besia na ono wa
ya
use
odi kobo be na sika na be ehwan sika
o ma kwa branca na se mofa ah
Debbie wo confusion but na was me clarify man no
over o clarify then me say administration is sika na ehwan sika also odi a man ni kobo be sika odi man ni di kobo be sika na be ehwan sika
Ghana din na da so but
enti
Ghana
Ghana di na that's why ehwan sika na ehifo ehwan sika Ghana di that's ehwan sika
any system be here to control scan ni usage
over I mean
more
obla
or
said
less
no
ya
I
kwa no sika Ghana sika but the only say Ghana din na da so
you yate
what do
enti
you
ko
mean
odi sika bia Ghana ni da so a mahama wo ho kwan se otwe so
any
ene
ebo
de
ho he has license to
bo
kill
ho pa ye se ne eno ye to abawie no se tutu asem ni se hu kwa wo ha na obi ya bo se 24 hour economy no se DC no kwa ye so e bi take you ba adwuma na jo so hu se amanfo kakaba amanfo ntimi nkata hu na akwa bi kan se mi na akwa ne ya adwen bebre o se MPP wa ben mo no do muni mu bra ti mo se bi MPP boys bi kodi nkwasi asem a se CS akwachi o me de o mu court ni e twen o mabo so o he NDC fo ya o mu din se hu pa o police edim so police ko ntimi nka hwe na o twam na o mu ko ba so na o kina bi no
say kwabra do transition period no a aban bi
aha
enye aban bi all the bi anywhere ye adwuma
so
because
that
transition period man ti say I
over
wo ye bibi
transition no see agui eno a ene nyina manfo di egusu din se hu the transition is ended ye wie ba
ende
manfo din se hu ase obi abonani atu free obi ahu hwe na bia nyankopon ncha de ne bia 2028 na amamu na koyi na Ghana for say ye wire de mu akorapa no kwafo mo wire de ba fa
sa
konyani si
to
ya
aso
ntazo ebi a sa to aso ana fa konyani si oni bia benya yare fu bi so the other side na
ana
omudi
say
si hu a
ewura no so ye try no hwe
sa
na ewura
pepe aha na sa na ma aso hu sa na ma na koye the other side aso hu na ebi ese hu koso se de ekoso obi yi na ni atufi aso obi ehu ye na me de mi won kai ye pa se mi hu ye na mete ase ya mi won kai ye ebi a mehe obi a so ye Ghana first ana wa baka do ada na mu equalize no enti we nim ye ni se se ne ye no ene de nyansa bi anim na maka che so wo na nyansa ni wutirim because time ana ebi koso no uyi wani tu fi sa so hu hwe
na
abani
kwabra
aso ni
2016 de no o kan ho
ah
asem
na me ka se
2017
wo se of ama men kasa wo ana anya sa na wo kan
Dami biza ho kakra ya
David
no fa de
over
2017
asema
de ti bi apeje o ye de dey
over
man
over 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 ti 20 maybe you are no over me mama over mama
to
ni
na person question na wo dey bring na ye ma omrem wan ye mpala ta simbia wa ha
ya na kwabra ya be bra pa ni ti fa je
over Over a open was a oh yeah, I was and we buy a say the Cropobia could ding Quasham, a Omobuko, coordinating officer, B officer, a bit idea, Omoyachi Omu. Set for one hour, they say Oma could ding by some, yet you only Omco to. We want to see at you, Yantubia. Yet you Omco call to be could ding Quasham or court to honor. And only a man for Momoka was a move. But when I'm a focus with Yen Niema, and Omaba cry and so on, and say, Adia Oyeno, Enye. And I say, oh, my coalition, you baby, but how could be police and nimini idea? What in is to police in crowd on some crowd, baby, or no? Obi can and what Emlan Yeduma, because I had a phone about them for now, Bentino, only in commerce. Yo,
There's you, Messi.
That said, transition.
A true transitioner. Woman, Ghanaian.
Oh, yeah, I said, catch us a good transition, Emlan Yedma, Trotuho. Pebu, nebo in the date, natural boom. Say, what it say do transition, a man near Juma. Ubi intimidate, a merchant and some air. And you would say, be or Chinabino. The same as some of Coswa. No, be my one be a book. No, my car would be to know.
Did me can I say amendments and also opposite transition? No, Juma amendments and no, I will say or fairly who ye because, oh, my dear, you mean Trao say a 1 month. Now, they will be at me at your pay. Enya papa,
that's what baby America has no. Yes, president. I was a man for doing what that's what is Uncle Big baby? Just any answer.
Yeah, Chrome, dear, say, yeah, buy now, but dear, any, ye bay,
and you bet to us. If I knew Omunima Bebu, and your mom would say, Umaka say, I am seven. A
constitutional weakness, and yeah, will be a constitutional
maybe me the principle you moan. Timmy, when we in watching because will be 2 4 signing my room was open. And after a person who have not on your defend the abine. Near cotton, no be a cacaba, be a cacaba, you know, yanka wasem. Bawachina, Unya the other, Quasiafo, the other side, normally the same thing. Boso Maba. If or no, almost foot near Munima moon in Yama, no matter say, you're too a baby, and you say, say, any other. But he said, you'll be a cacabo. Munko son, a dentist, a tuamamu. 2020,
4 months, more assessing. More assessing the performance. 4 months.
Over. That be a busy doom. But if I'm a cost of 1 fire, man, second year, will give me a party as you. I can do it, because you see, I know. Near my cost near my yes, no. You better the bicycle now, yes, any money, and you need a quick man as you buy it.
Oh, na say Baumia, Sikaka Crow or Pompey, and say Bika actually, Wakoman Crowphobi 200,000. 200,000.
But you are busy man, Chakoshe, Omokoshe, no. And you are.
Mantemo.
Oh, I'm a say, what time I back, but I can't be the Quaco and this was on my but obey a press conference, a peke moas and penemuze, Oman Asho. Obi or Hina walk room. Not baby ash. I won't say a month for any, a dear 12 months for any. Not would not have a catcher say, yet you see us as cinema, a year for 1924. Intino, say, oh my God, your baby developer. Where? I
Factor. Where your contract
Fata, also Lissima and railway support. The Ulisima railway support at a railway support answer. And maybe on my pony be the amount for some woody sugar. The other say, almost buy it, almost swallow tabaino. On the 2 p.m. for almost Lissi as I live in my own. On community,
say contract to
almost go back. Only grass to that dada. And some go back. Ghana for to Ghana for
the accommodation loss on say, the baby mamma cotton. Now, Memfa or Daimao. Why?
Over. Obi any baby or Dima baby. Ghana, who's a Ghana Kukua, man 4 years. Go to a year 2. Or in a Peter Prade. Any near any DB young crime. And yes, the young the young said they had a very capital. It is a year, what Ghana be and what you're pumping to do. Then the amount was a Ghana nyankran why I want it. And fish your kwache kromo na omo your made. E bi grant me do someone for nya biare. My friend, ometre wo bibia de bia. Obi en wodi go kwakwa e bibia pata no ne abobo no. Obi ya di because aka Kofi Granting or no so de ne de ebeko. Presidential candidate for nya ma wo 0.28 e di biko. Ba o mi e di biko. Me was vice president mami ono so di biko. They say 13 for ni nyina na ye twese obi nyina be salai na obi ya di bia ko no mo de abo ma pata no ma start adwuma. O me de bi o mese.
Ala etua 100,000.
Kakre kai and campaign also kakre kai no. Wa udi 100,000.
Because wa broke crowd o say e bi che o. Akufo do mo prof ni de mo di bi hihie mo fie.
Over. On the Shahiva. This will be a cool. This is a car.
Mami. Ati a friend is simple. Nyamiada Roma. The house gets a boy Ghana fool who say they want
honestly the Biko now.
The police station no. When declaring now. Oh, that could declare no. And I'm coming saying Kimusa say a quite take dollars no be true Ghana. And I says or printing no Ghana, or me NTSC. Because
of an dollars and Guana Irus room, Tibian and all the command.
Warashi.
Almost open air crano, if you know or the polytank becomes and was she Musa on the polytank. Or therefore, then a man for cast almost demonstration, almost your weapon, almost to be an normal community a inato. Almost community a fairness and polytank and ato. Or there will be good polytank more of an engine passes. Of a man for a schedule pass you. Any woman, any woman to a better woman, I look at you over every before whom. 90s if one start, you hear the same thing. So I said to 27 anymore when you say MPP for you arrogant. Now the Oba and Kabibia Boko, no saying you can be before the no hear the opposite. What do Oba and say who say at Anuan who hear you? You're more chamso. Police crowd will be doing hey over. And he said, I careful. You're careful now. Be a crowd team of police into me and chill over within some phone there. What the honey be a true dying gate. Because you're a police in Casa, going this phone you too. One of the car.
Mammy, the officer, I say, what does my ya call ransack one more.
I'm not yet message you. They said, I make grand coming, I'm taking Tigran Camis son because they say, oh, now, yeah, you'll be big one out for police. Obedaba, because this is poor and I did no mudi, but as a yanchum. They say, I'm robbery near money idea because of the go for a police, must say police in you must so near you. Oma take you over near this for because Kakaya man force Kaka. Now you see or conform is closer cruma, yen in a team. O can be the idea of power in Isua. Next time, mobile no baby soon actually. Me kwam pa jomo de na week and a month na me organa pa jam mom pa ye ma na me nya bread. Na we no mo family anya adwuma ide.
Bibi ye de adwuma show so empa ye say
yeah. They say Corona that is Somalia no. Somalia me anya adwuma wo. Police dey mi pa na e dis. Say people dey o mo kwatiom. Montiom. What's no coding as I'm so much could be officer copamono. 1 year my way chi o mo e om call you. And I could be can I de 2028 no. E ba no mo pa money so a. I don't know because na kwam na hu nya on grow for ye. Mi hu yi. Mente. E die nyina wa. Ti mo da ma muntu o mo fo se ne mo ye ne nye. Na wo munyai. Na akọ na se obi di aba akọ oni ase a. Mo aba ha be ka che se jo ma ha ma ba ye ne bra nya adwuma ma enim. Aden. Abani everything is ubetimi jubilate ye do pe bia fe ku jubilate ya eye di ofe na dey say hu na obetimi dey kai ye dey do e gu kwam ye shinyema fire service for ba press ye boom hey
e free
and na what you pay ni e class change pa we ye class village change na mo kan wa say village change
free and wo free e no e free on mo kono ene mama is responsible.
Over.
In theory, enke Akufo-Addo adwuma. No. So dwanio, so ye denyo, ye busa no so o akokira chebi. Na me bisa mo se edi ensu no okonom no chebi ho.
Over Kame. Niso no elbefi yabre no. Elbefi France abre na mananom. Do ne Bible no say
Obenu mi
Yesu
vion.
asenia no. Asenia no ne Yesu kan no. O si Jerusalem amia. Unsum ho ne moma. Enti ofa o de wusu ho na de o fie dada. Enti asam na maka kire mo no. Me say tamuse muntu ngropofo ne ato abawie. Nense mutimi koso. Police ntimi nka, soja nka, obi anka. Ye dumja ye de tie kra to form ni ehye na fire service for ba press ade no maba ebe bomo ti obi aso ye fa mra nya adwuma
Me
continue
pacho bring one
mo
say what
continue
person be
why
so
na mo
ase.
bia mo hyehyɛ be ngu wona mmebu ntira ye
But
ebe
yo
wa me se
kwabre.
tia power ni so wo ba bia wo no
No nsuo kakra na bring one so person obu so asem. Bring one matwe atumbra. Na be to be bono mami.
Ba my busy kakra na de make an say.
Amenya na wo so sa. Yo
Me
na wo
ba
so sa.
oba man say man say sa
Mhm.
ahuna no. Omfa nhyɛ ne ho. Na ye ye no ye so duduru ye sa no ntap ka ho. Wa hu sa. Enti no sɛ ɔmo aban ɛte akonnwa so na aturutu asɛmfoɔ nkɔ na ɔno no aban no ntumi nyɛ ɔmo hwɛ na ɔbɛtena afidie wei so abobom no maintenance aseɛ because akɔfoɔ nnɛ na yɛde John Mahama sii so nnɛ asɛm na ɔka yi ano
Nyenne.
ɛnora na yɛde ne sii so ɛnɛ nko asɛm na ɔka na yi si wie abam na so obi pɛ sɛ ɔbɔ na so mu a wo no se wobɛbɔ obi asom yi si no akɔma bribe sɛ wama akoa bi sɛ ɔnkɔsan pink sheet bi a akoa no ate ne so na ɔyɛ no radio ayi no so wɔ ahu ana nti no saa hunahuna wei no yɛ mma asɛm o wei momfa ntena fie na momfa ntwa mo 4 years why na no yɛkita power a wo saa bɛyɛ dwɛ
Onti
ɛde ade
for
no na
ye
ɔka no
time won samra.
o sɛ ɔmo no yɛ baa bɛpere 4 years ɔmo
Baby
bɛpere
o. Mama, was here fidia yesum no no. Hwɛ ɛka what is obi ɛka sɛ
ɔfa
electricity
meba
for
ɔdɛ na ma ɔka
oko.
Of Kwame.
Over Kwame
Yes, yes.
asema ho de obi anya e kama mahama ekono oji aka energy sector no oji aka 2.5 billion e ka no no jato wo koye as say eno ko bai no wa betu the same e ka ho a ne ka no ho no no eno wa na de to no so omra na e kwa ofa so de to ho no omra metua ho ka obi aye ne bone be no obi di aye no woja ka
Mo
wo de
ba
ka to
no.
ho
Mo am reduce ɛka no. Ɛna mo kɔmɔ gya ɛka no ama no.
Yes,
Sa nyɛ sa.
ono Ghana we eka we kra de ekwa emfaso wo so chese wasa de kane no kra si so amom kra wo de om tu dum som wo say ja de same eka ne to ho ah
Hwɛ
wo say de same eka ne to ho
bisia mo di Ghana din kɔgye yɛ no. A sɛ wɔ sɛ mama hwehwɛ kwane a obetua no.
ah of akwa me pa besin
Baby,
de ayi
ɔtena sɛ China for ba sɛ Akufo-Addo obɛbɔ yɛ business sei. A wontua. Enti me ba bɛrɛ ne mo electricity company no a.
ah so no so be reset na wa ye bibia so de nimdi aba oba so Akufo-Addo ba ne ne ma na ase no e na ye kodu ba bi o de adu
No,
so no so ba na se ne o no nye to
apart from 2 point something a wodi gya mo a mo se mo sa de ama no no.
aha
Mo de ɛka beto no so a
ah
wɔno
na
nso
Kwame oh no e de omudi scan here seska bi omo kwaji bia no omudi ko parliament ansa na omo kwaji scan anye sana etie anye sana asabete
na say Ghana no na America say
Kwame besia bi Akufo-Addo kwaji bia
The
besia
cathedral money was
beko
not taken to
parliament ansa
parliament.
na akwaji se
The
scan
cathedral money was
enti no
not taken
asaba
to
wo
parliament.
nyina ne se
The
yaji
cathedral
scan
money was
nyina
not taken to
ndira ene
parliament.
ede aye puntudwuma no mahama ba so be reset obi an
The
frɛ no
cathedral money was
obedi
not taken
akonya
to
ko pa
parliament.
jofa na anema wie no ba o diskani nyina ye juma no ama mo a wo ba de wan hu se wadi no wo akwaje balance no unye ya to as na reset na ko ani yempe ananwuma na sembia de Ghana for no ayi ministries ni wie adwuma anopa ye wo mo so be ba anadwo aya se 133 no afi na e ba be ye adwuma yempe mati wo ka bia
swimming pool na mo gya ato nkran no Mama may hold my yes, and I say, any man crime for next 4 years time, Moba, Mabesino, yes, and Abbas Orchard.
Pakame. And Crown and Tonto that. Look, woman, your new IGP, Bukumbanku, new IGP, no. You'll be able to be a pepe. Why? Of her. And you order to us.
Yo, Martin.
Pakame, Mambra. We see 2.5 billion. A cabana, IPP cabana, a year, Muhammad editor, Akupa de Subey.
Was he energy bill? Ah, Mama. Want me and Tria. No Jama MPP4. Enti, one more consort, the same amount no more Jano say, Ome Tria.
As of June 2024, a can day I am IPP independent power as agreement women 1.6 billion debt. So I say, a be a legacy be ordered that and now I can say a balance would be the own chair. Busa won't say ye be ESLA, Sassama Macan, energy sector levy. Mama a mills muta any pass a bill no say you'd be chair energy sector cat. Busa abaya office to say size can no everybody here. One chill. Well, you should scanning na for noa or mortgaging na even including get fund. Or mortgaging na and to chia and a later money be a pen cash can say cash BB mechanism. A buy and I'm kind of Miami mate. Someone Muhammad Dubik and
cash for waterfall mechanism.
What something like that? Oh, no, a bit like
cash waterfall mechanism.
Yes, something like that. It is a easy for you can pay no more coach. First time na IP before person mudum and omuko yes ade say say de IP before mama mundum omonyi omo yi free national grid no sika bia beba yisi bia they agreed on a monthly amount about $25 million awometwe o enso no omojai omuntua
na about our responsibility we
no mebo ha ye man no prende de ye say bia
as of 2024 na e kai o 1 something billion na as of 2017 2017 so na kai o na say
minimum e kai o ba me kai na wo 2024
na 2.5 billion
so 2.5 with 1.6 billion na aka say
na so matua bi kura so matua now 2 something billion na kona ka
Bombardier, if it is 2.5 billion dollars, $2.5 billion, multiply it by 17 cities, 17 times.
Yes, look at the inflation, foreign exchange rate this now.
Multiply by 17 times and see how much
we are going to pay more. Swongo, ain't in the Kobna no mebo. And ye can you say next is a cat aban way was Okasa and Okano, Okasa or crack, crude oil crana, able take it back 4 weeks. And Sunday, Okasa, yes, I refine, able take 4 weeks and I only want to believe the former energy minister. That's what I'm relying my hope say. It's not true, say Benya, It's not true because say John Abujina po can say omuko transition omuka abandon outgoing can say bibia the this omushe ni na omushe bibia when we say your government asset manager or share sad ni na and then to the be say car we say what count 200 we say 150. Oh, we are not able to manage said they abeka no because with the transition you share energy say na musikoli me once no ma hide you so ma hide na say dum so no eba say this one eba one bedem obi abede but the good thing is now the people are becoming more enlightened. They know everything me near say John Jinapoma ade na da ho e di yeba ko hwe kratemu ayampa se moto yi bi ho anase ento bi o say ampa se moto bi a abana wa bana nanim ogu ase say ampa se ni won so dia then we have to find ways. And nothing na if a country you own most of your assets are nyansa wo mu no Mandi can say the whole world open or maya ne oil papa oil no find sweet light oil. You find sweet light oil and they say and yes saturated it would go come one embo engine no so be nim
and say we engine and no component no
catch up Mahama no nko bubi wo e ho megum
oh me kwabena me brother me cast oh kwabena me see say ya mortgage ni na oh kwabena ya mortgage ni na aye yi na e wo ho no enti na me kan say to e dey na ban we dey ye wo go to oh say these are the things that kwame kuma nyanse mu 1963 o te to no so hu ene ye egu no
yes Chinese metal plant be ba Ghana yes
in terms of this emergency no say ye kohwe egu ye plant no so hu ba ye say dey bi ye dey pe enkofo I say cocoa sa Gadget economy na ye empese over 20 years empese be ye adwum say raw Gadget obi sorry I say na enkroma British for mu jeuska obi onu obi wi onu no say odo say o jeuska ye share of na enkroma kodeto say dan na land na ka say Godfrey Dame one cause tribunal yi na sankofo no eje no e wo prime part of omamo UK ni dia be mu do munim prime part of UK na obi bia Ghana ni bia okọ UK bia ho akose hostel no betuma koda ho so enti Gadget economy raw bauxite raw bibia raw enti de ben ye be hu nyansa se akomade na wochi bia ye ware ene ya mika se ye wukwa the Thursday ye koye oba one day Friday be koye oba de ye here 8 karat gold and no dey ye oba no ade why don't you process gold no dey no be now the cost Switzerland gold abra UK yen dia cocoa ho no so na cocoa wo on ye determine price no da ben na won say Toyota for ye car on na be ka che ewias be ka che say Toyota ye dey beto ni say on a certain price on in a certain price ento see ese no ma me ti Ghana sika na enye IMF no wo bank e wo Ghana
yes sir
e wo Ghana
shift system no dey
the first thing I say if you e S Gashan say here 275 bisa omoko Ghana kwa na MP ko no on retired she said Collins Dauda from 93 watremwa this is 9 parliament oko it both 9/4 36 years waji S Gasha just go wasaji Carlo so to no peba ko ji pass be just say every bia waji ka
na master me back say ne grow for elect no a onye dem mo nka so onko ana
yes there was one nka so onko me see ntina me say eno mebu wo de a wontimi stop it say won fe no but me ka S Gasha na enye law ma catch the law no na accent one I dey confuse the two
I say ka sabe too much Mahama so be say ni mani nyina fi ho oh man kwan no nyi fi we
oh yes dey ya say kan na be wonyi ya ne yen kan was o say
wo ho no ntino ade na apre ho obeyiri nyina ma wani age
ye dey ka dey ehia ye edru wona so wo no kan ye
ene nyina no mo so ombe nyina say be hwe so obeyiri nyina fi wa ma mo a
e say ne me ba ndi ma mi kan wasem wonyi ya me mi kan wasem
obeyiri nyina Mahama be o research
obeyiri President Mahama kama na o kan okura no wa hu no ni majority of parliament by say there wanya fu ayi a odi be yi ade ni nyina
na me ka to wanyi fru wa ono e kwase penny wanyi ko no e kwase penny say
Alex no o be cancel your friend say executive na wa dia no kai no satama Mahama kai no mame mo ha
o say ano no the entia ono no the ohia approval from parliament enti obetima yie no Mahama na
jina simpio so ka say ono wo be kwa na appointee obi ani wo be fa ka aba akokra akọ ọkọ no na 400 cars
na go ba no kro ka je so obeye public person na okra ho etire mini aja asa no ka me say wo no
me say Kwabena Mahama is in the best position the whole since Kwame Kuma since 4 independent MPs in some anything e ba koye 187 the only one is famous when you 2 tests of the
1992 the parliament in Accra mom shiara no man
sa boycott na edu boy my boycott na ha Ghana ba position because when you go party PNDC law ni
na 190 something say do want to happen no boy more
and making it now Mahama no check up na me say bia wa ba no ye be sisa ya no they say be a beam na besa de me dey be gina na
do ukwa 190 something ni ama 200 one fan ye we
say no e no me bo a me na me ka say no se me MP for kwa na ka me da nyame ase adentia na wo ka se musi bibia de ko parliament bo a aha but your majority ho enu nti na ma we de no Andrew say de no of de no from na de na ye very critical no because we de ka ho ana otima pass enu me bo so wo here NDC for vote but we de say MP for kwa so mu tena fie kwa na obi entene no NDC ni excuse say bia ya kwaji loan na ekoye is wo boka say MP for ne bo ama pass MP for me see kan MP for ka metne me MP ni metne fie ese le betwam ka because wo parliament dey na wo pe okoye ho cause e bia yem fro wo ka crampo na because quorum kwa 92 kwa na we 83 a for quorum say ye jama MP for kwa so mo ko parliament kwa na o mo for quorum anything no on the other side no a very big headed Mahama ne NDC MPs no because now no you can never tell any Ghanaian say NDC MP for ne come near pass it muna mo be pass it and we super majority said 1992 no laws be a baby anything you two in the PNDC 111 you carry from JJ time the time we you challenge no
Bombard you know say MPP honorables no parliamentarians no say you go to against Amadi Ogika on you know friend is saying compensation na de ma omo my by the two me no open to me atwemu ana za esgracia no open to me atwemu ono kwa
esgracia no maka just say first of all illegal meaning baby cry esgracia no correct o say about this time crown no abambi obebi ko ochichi wo enyemra enka yemra ho
okuja to black one okuja black one de dada yi
and make us illegal the parliament component and come now any parliament machine but one person be parliament
na de ba yo
na we dey
apart from say o twemu no I was say o recuperate ezi kama yin because illegal that's why pay it back.
They say the lawmaker, or one can say a lawbreakers. The lawmaker is the lawbreaker.
But those who collected double salary, they could not take it back.
I will do some money. Just one big cartel.
Now when we get them out,
you know your man, Akufo-Addo. The last message he left us, Akufo-Addo says to him, the constitution doesn't need any change, any review.
To do everything to protect
the constitution is good as it is. And he finished with this. He finished with this Latin quote. Let me finish. He finished with these Latin quotes. Festine lente. Do you understand what it means? It's a hasting slowly. This is how this Akufo-Addo left us. We should hasten slowly on the constitution.
What does it mean, festine lente?
Festine lente means hasting slowly. Go slow.
That
is what he left us.
Would you of a commission at 71 the office holders now monuments the loan 71 you a monument esgashan the illegal as I said who company say or ma bonus be any company policy but ultimate fan because the 1 man bonus on one epe but I just said 92 what
illegal a benefit
Baby, and come you and come benefit. You will take mammy educate you will a monuments and a what else got your 10 years. A monument
illegal. Let's just say refundable.
Exactly. And then I know what you say. Yet make me a certain arrest. No, some of
them black one at the parliament. I did be illegal. I done it now. And a benefit in our own who say illegal. And
into one way in Hatchum. So,
that now they are illegal. And you and I do now the annual to me. Say, be illegal will be now. I'm over it. What's up? 1 hour anything that's what Arabian, you know. The most important guy. Ghana politics.
Parliament, you know, and the benefits are, you know, Ed Garcia, no. And the speaker, no. You holding a responsible.
No, I can say it. No, speak oje. Waji from from
one of those above the law.
Of a kwame, my definition of esgash of payment given as a favor or from a sense of moral obligation rather than because of any legal requirement. San esgash at here. Ain't no, I don't know why I say be you overlooking up with I could say
compensation and compensation.
Bombardier. The point is, Air Gracia is some sort of one-off thank you your employer pays to you.
And what have they done to be thankful?
Hold on. To say that, oh, maybe as a result of your service or as a result of your long-term service, we are just appreciating this and giving you this. But the problem with the Ghana one is this. I feel the ex gratia should be replaced with what we call provident fund. Do you understand? If you work at the UN, the UN, their pension system is based on provident fund. Do you understand? The provident fund means your salary or the pay they are giving you, they take a percentage of your pay, and the UN tops it up for you. So that
when
for the
retire.
number, pardon?
When you retire.
So so if you have, let's say, 2 years contract, 3 years contract, or 4 years contract, or you work till you go on retirement, when you leave, they give you the value of that provident fund. And I feel 4 years for our MPs, if they are creating provident fund, they will be contributing part of their salary, and the state will also be. So that should be enough, rather than
They
giving
will not
them
even
that.
agree to that for their own benefit.
They don't need to agree. We the people should even decide on that.
Listen, Abe, with the kind of caliber of MPs that we have, what do we even waste a penny on them?
We paying citizens, a bit decide how much they should pay.
This is something that how did they call it? We should vote on. There should be referendum on this. Whether we want it or not.
Economy direct. Because there's no need say we go to take loans to pay people.
You can't take them from Abuja to Wayebi.
Those of you talking for Okujeto is not clean. Oh.
Yes,
Abrakwa is not clean. If you look at this guy's history up to where he is, now he's eating so full, so he can talk anyhow he wants.
Why is that the reason? You remember the constitution that we have to declare our assets. The Attorney General is supposed to make sure that they fill the forms, and not just filling the forms. So he monitors and go and check. Okujeto was what? A member of TAIN or what? TESCOM, whatever equivalent of the NDC at the University of Ghana. So you can trace, the layman can even trace. Okujeto, you are in school. Your parents are taking care of you. And you are just a member of TAIN. So you graduated. What did you do?
Yeah.
What did you have? Bicycle or Bogo or whatever? Then you become an MP.
So how did he become rich overnight?
This is what we are not checking. The Attorney General, the Attorney General, they don't check.
Freddy Blaze, Nema Okujeto Abrakwa acquired within 12 years. Onupa why a lawyer for 40 years.
No. I paid the bill. No, the minister of the
People's MP.
Freddie German Ghana ambassador to Germany. No, what you mutra on there? You wouldn't say
the point is they are all involved.
Yes,
they are all involved. But right now they are making noise because some among them have taken more than the others. You understand? There is one particular person. This Fuseni something. When I hear this man talk and trying to advise people, I get annoyed. This man who has no integrity, this man took double salary and he was not even shy. And they always bring him to Newsfire to come and advise people.
Who was supposed to investigate those double salary? But the IGP, the CID called them. So what is the IGP waiting for? Eh? That is why we need strong institutions. Institutions as you define that the rules and regulations. The IGP investigated them. 4 years now, you couldn't arrest Haruna and the coup, and they didn't refund the money too. Huh?
Say to a strong institution. Anna.
Say the wine.
Say the wine. Say to the number street is so airborne for police because NDC Abapa went. Just strong institution.
Yeah, the Trump can say, yeah, Trump will be cast. I'm going to say, and he didn't have to say, and you know, just look at this room. So what do you have all these institutions?
But you are talking about Trump. So what about the people he appointed? Some of them have raped people.
Okay. The people he has appointed is incompetent. But what about the truth in what?
Not incompetent. They are competent, but they've also raped people and things.
Rape.
What are you not aware and he appointed them?
And the guy who was appointed to be our attorney general did not resign because they released his ethical report. They didn't hide it. And he himself resigned, but our own will not resign. He has raped the president, but he still wants to be there.
Leave his people and come and call us Shito.
No, but no, okay, he said it. He said it. But is it true or not? And I'm saying that in America, the guy who was appointed attorney general, he resigned because you know that they're going to release the report. They didn't hide it. Our own, we will hide it and we will come and support the rapists. You see, even though where he comes from, he has the right. You see, there are some states that you can sleep with a woman, even Connecticut. You can legally sleep with a girl who is 16 years old.
Friday, Trump will call court. I feel no question the judgment. Na Kagana who born dog. Some Hama yadi also the neighbor court.
As a
also conserve Obeja presidency no I conserve
they said they will not sentence him. He's just going for formality. Do you understand?
But the case,
they are just wasting taxpayers' money.
And I say you postpone, you be postpone no.
They suspended money. But it will have gone to the Supreme Court finally. But it's in a state in the end. That's the good thing.
All right. So, open so we never can't crazy.
Oh, why in Ghana? He says, dear Putuna also de ma abebu. Dear now here when you say yes, or from the committee and they are or share, you know. That's what I'm trying to say. The person
which committee have they formed?
The committee to check that the potential doom so no. Know that because now we see we are Canadian former energy minister say entesa war enough oil.
So why wouldn't Mama appoint an energy minister and his forming committees?
No. Why has he informed? Tell us what the minister and to confirm my idea. Said the country has to run. It's so committee.
I don't know because Mama or record say doom so no. And will lose power. And once I meeting so dear, and take them while also real quite
President John Dramani has expressed optimism that Ghana possesses the human resources necessary to address the challenges of a looming power crisis and restore ability in the energy sector swiftly. Speaking during a meeting with a delegation from the World Bank, he acknowledged that while the transition of power had been smooth and cordial, the severity of issues in the energy sector was unexpected. Despite these challenges, he emphasized his confidence in the country's ability to overcome them.
But Madi, what he say is similar to we have the men.
On I and Okano, or say the government has conveyed
What
a
he
high
says is
level.
that we have the men, so he has to be
Another
careful.
version, no. You also said confidence men. We say, hey, the same semantics, the change of words. We say we have the men, we say we have confident men. Which is which? Also, meanwhile, the government has convened a high-level technical committee to address the country's looming power crisis, with directives to present a comprehensive roadmap by the end of today, Wednesday, January 8, 2025. It's a committee or a one-day committee. When you put
Why are you homework?
and because we
What do you mean by homework?
Yeah, but he took a power less than 24 hours and was set up with you.
So if you form an interim committee, that means you made your homework. This is what we call firefighting. You understand? Homework.
It shouldn't have taken even 24 hours. This is simple. Have you bought the oil or not? And also,
Bombardier, they had 1 month for the transition period.
And the government did it, but the government has really worried. If it was like that, they are for the 1 year, they no. Say, Papa, you know that we have to buy it ahead of time.
Bombardier, look, when you start a job, when you start a job and you are supposed to take over from somebody, you can find out from day 1 or 2 whether the person you are taking over from will cooperate or not. So if you see the person is not cooperating, then you have to kick in your own plan. Do you understand? Because the person may not cooperate, maybe because of the existing circumstances or the person is not happy and so on. You wait till you go through a whole 1 month, and now you are forming a committee a day for the committee to give us a roadmap in a day. Do you even know what roadmap is? We are waiting for them. 1 month transition, you wouldn't do anything to roadmap.
But MPP for, as a matter of fact, a name of my Sumasiano, a Haginepao. And he said, obey, say, obey and scratch my back. That's why me are trying crowfee. Emma, there was a bit me recuperating. I say, one would almost see Casa. He has done no service to Ghana. And the next year say,
who do you want him to start with Akufo-Addo? Because yesterday, the way Akufo-Addo was walking dejected, he was a lonely man. And some of us were so happy. All that his guy, the guy has money.
Mama opening address and I'm going to say, oh, chronism and Ghana. And okay, baby, it didn't want to nominate who you mean now, okay. Wait, your speech, yeah, kind of mounting.
Why, he said he's got a board head.
He said he gave about 3 minutes address on Akufo-Addo, their friendship. And no. Ghana no
so he can't hold him to account then. He can't hold him to account.
I don't think so, because
South Korea, they've had like 3 presidents in a matter of a month. South Korea.
That is active citizenship. No. If you
don't joke.
They don't joke.
Mama will send and tell us.
Scratch my back, I scratch your back. And when you are not married, you will be a bag. I didn't come on, so be did kakra. That's it.
Next week.
No, next month, and then next week.
So you see, when Mama came to power right now, we are seeing his brother, we are seeing Oyomi.
We are seeing his family, large family.
We are seeing his brother. His brother is there. Look, when Mama's first term is, if you don't see his brother, you don't see Mama. Those of you don't know.
Oh, of course, yes.
Somebody who wrote 42 checks or 43 checks, all bounced. because his brother was president. He should come and do the same thing again.
What
Should
can
come
you
and do it.
What can you
But
do?
you see, Mama has had a field day because of the stupidities of Akufo-Addo and his people. Akufo-Addo, the man. I don't know how to describe the man. Do you understand? So that is why Mama, everybody is hailing him. It's not because Mama is so perfect. It's not. It's not. Come and hold people to account. You are describing your friendship. Do we care about your friendship with him? Do we care? Huh.
Now, the sad thing is, the people of Ghana, no, said the AC rule, no, they don't even understand. And abuse and they have no way to express themselves. We are rough on so President Mbestuma and perform Yabecho, beatings, come on.
National security. If you joke, national security will beat you anyhow. Do you understand? Right now, you see, when Mama was on this Standogbe was breaking journalists, speakers, anything, anyhow. Now he's in the same position. This Standogbe. We are here. We are.
Contra nepe. Ena wakojita ya bonikomu. Ene yakasa kama. Ubi ohona se on the last comment be ya onye.
I thought Obozunfo came on.
Even vacuum came on, but before I
he saw you were talking too much. You were talking too much. You are like second to Bombardier. When they say hold the thing, you talk.
Maybe system they say. Me mahan won me statement be mfa hunni. So
hey, look at Ofakwami. Look at Ofakwami.
Talk to us. Now
new law. You are like Mama.
And running off no, I don't know. Obi Amadia, any let's make it another time. Good evening.
Nice one. We'll catch up. Let's say by tomorrow we'll see whether Mama will bring out some of his ministers.
He has 120 days to prove to Ghanaians that he can do it.
He told that he gave us 120 days, so we are waiting for him.
120 days.
But Mr. Ofakwami, me, I don't think anything will change. No. The way things are going, I don't think anything will change.
The future is not to see, wait and see. And no. Who judging your friend prejudice? Why?
Is it not that in your language they say agrobeso efranopa?
It means 120 days.
Agrobe na answer adopai. Agrobe na ashati ya enso e. Edi ekura la Muhammad.
Mama say he's going to rely on foreign investors to build his economy. Now, what we can say, yes, we can do it. Now we can say foreigners and the where is the future?
And it's just your human resources. Foreigners no do Ghana.
Biliwa, the human resources is the NPC people.
And these people, including you. So, ready over here. We will play you.
You have the men. Just like you have the men.
Now, we have the men.
You said, you Biliwa came to tell us here that Obin Brem and Obin Bedi. You know, you told us
this. Madrid chapter chairman. Alex
Biliwa, you people, you have your work cut out for you, MPP. NDC or whatever. You have your work cut out for you.
my bro accreditation out to me visit the president Nana.
Biniwa says no contributing, no chop. That is what NDC people say.
On koye campaign now yefa post no.
So why is Mama saying we have the name? We have the name. He's also saying we have the name.
No, it's not Mama who. It's been a while who is saying that they should.
When Bombardier said, Mama put it in a nice way, but it's the same thing. Mama is saying we have the manpower to do it. So we are which NDC manpower he's talking about. Sam George and Sam George is a manpower.
Now, I'm hearing from this man, the Secretary General, Mosquito. He's been mute. I don't know whether.
Who told you he's mute? He's not mute. Oh. Today I saw some video. He's making some sign like he's cut somebody's head. You know. You have won elections and you are still walking around making your hands like you are cutting head. As for him, I leave him to Rollins. 2020, when they lost the elections, Rollins insulted him. Well. Rollins, I said him Ketiano and Unya Fenu. The way I knew Unya Fenu. Who did it to Pongonu so Pongonu be Johnny Pa.
Okay. And Opakwame, I'm withdrawing no.
Yeah, Opakwame, you can go. But next time, don't be a dictator.
I'm not.
It seems you are learning from. But you are not. You told us what you don't like is somebody.
I believe in freedom of expression. So I give everyone the opportunity to speak.
Unless a person come and say anything that you cannot substantiate.
Yeah, you can't come and pour down.
It's easy to become a dictator.
Me mana family make can say bia no kwenwe so no.
Then when Akufo-Addo was doing it, you were blaming him.
Immediate right of response. Awara ne Akufo abem na ya be correct you. That's all. Yen ka say Ibia Fatum will get him on the line. So now hey, by this time
Okay, we'll catch up later. Bye.
Over smiling. Over smiling, say there you can take over. Emphasis and yabe here. Yapon. Members and so monkai say bills no. If you or say money near contribution na itria. Only say January. The movie and no sense na mo di bia bray friends saying Bochema also they friends saying say mumu no manu say na manombra they be ya wa ibia bruce bia no pushi bia akoto hono enti over smiling you can take over now.
Odobi shodomu, Adipa shodomu. Where na mingwa, that day, na midi. Odonido, Adipa shodomu, Adipa shodomu, Senyu weda.